But I'm confident that with more ears and, as my husband said, awareness and visibility on what is really happening, that we can make some significant change together.
And his own personal message on caring and coping.
It was time to stop running, and it was time to start working on myself. And over the years, I put in the work to manage and ultimately admire my anxiety.
The big moments just ahead. And something to talk about. The show about nothing, plotting a comeback. Jerry Seinfeld speaks out.
Here's what I'll tell you, okay? But you can't tell anybody. Something is going to happen.
The news that has Seinfeld fans around the world saying, "Get out of here!" Today, Wednesday, October 11th, 2023.
Visiting from Nashville.
Sending love to Auntie Liz.
In Clearwater, Florida.
From Cleveland, Tennessee.
Celebrating my 10th birthday.
Owensboro, Kentucky.
We brought the kids on their first trip to New York City.
From Madison, Wisconsin. From Waunakee, Wisconsin.
Celebrating Teresa's birthday.
Visiting from Vernon, Texas.
We traveled 5,000 miles.
From Kauai, Hawaii.
To send fall break
At the Today Show.
We are back 8:14 with Carson and Hoda's exclusive interview with Jada Pinkett Smith, and everyone's going to be talking about this.
Yeah, she is one half of Hollywood's most powerful couple. She's at the center of constant gossip and controversy, including that slap at the Oscars. She was sitting right next to Will Smith. And when we met up with Jada in her hometown of Baltimore to talk about her candid new memoir, Worthy, she opened up about an issue that has been kept secret until now.
There are so many surprising things in the book, but the thing that surprised me the most, that I actually had to reread it because I said, is this true?
Right.
Was that in 2016, you and Will decided that you were going to live completely separate lives.
Yes.
It was not a divorce on paper,
Right.
but it was a divorce. So from the year 2016, which is 7 years ago now.
Yes.
Y'all have been apart.
Yeah.
But in public, the couple, who married in 1997, denied the gossip about their marriage. This interview on Bravo's Watch What Happens Live with Andy Cohen was taped a year after Will and Jada separated.
So how long have you guys been together?
23 years.
Wow. That's amazing. How do you keep it hot?
How do I keep it hot? Maybe I don't know. I mean, I'm baffled, really.
Yeah, right.
Over the next several years, Jada and Will kept up the appearance of a committed married couple. They even faced a scandal when Jada had what she called an entanglement with a family friend. Neither let the public know they had already split.
So I guess my question is, I feel like you're a straight talker,
I am.
except you're not sometimes.
Yeah.
So why do that? Like, what was the reason?
I think just not being ready yet. Still trying to figure out between the two of us
Yeah.
how to be in partnership, right? And in regards to how do we present that to people, you know? And we hadn't figured that out.
During our walk in Baltimore, Jada reflected on their breakup.
Why did the relationship fracture?
Oh, well, why it fractured, that's a lot of things.
Yeah.
And I think by the time we got to 2016, we were just exhausted with trying. I think we were both kind of still stuck in our fantasy of what we thought the other person should be.
Jada says she considered a legal divorce, but could never go through with it.
I made a promise that there will never be a reason for us to get a divorce. We will work through whatever. And I just haven't been able to break that promise.
But you still live separately.
We live separately.
I have so many questions.
So do I.
I have so many
It
questions.
was the strangest, kind of revelation to realize that these two people have had separate lives. I mean, they have not called each other husband and wife in all of those years.
Except for the appearance everywhere they went.
Except for the appearances, right, including at the Oscars.
Yes.
And, by the way, there's a whole chunk in this book that we're going to get into in the Dateline special and also a little later here of what happened in that moment when he said, you know, get my wife's name out of your mouth, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
There's a whole backstory there, too. But Jada is candid and honest in this book. I mean, she's saying things that she's never said, so they've kind of been living this pretend life publicly.
For years.
They knew the secret. They know it.
So
They
now
just haven't
she's
shared
telling
it.
everyone.
Yeah.
But they're not divorced.
Nope.
So they're
And
separated.
they don't plan on it. They don't plan on getting divorced.
I think a lot of American families can relate, though. I think there's a lot more distance between husbands and wives than anybody ever really talks about.
Yeah.
But this sounds like something.
Yeah, that's a bigger gulf.
Yeah, it's a bigger delta.
We have a lot more on this conversation. I was fascinated by her, by the way. First time I'd sat down and spoke with her for a long period of time.
Oh, I
You
wanted
read
to
the
see
book?
more.
We
I
have
read
the
the
book
book
here.
from cover to cover. Yeah, we're going to do a special on NBC News. It's called Jada's Story, Friday night, 8/7 Central.
I want to hear your podcast with her so
on
we can go like
NBC.
2 hours long for
Let's go, Carson. All right.
Well, it's going to
you
be so
go. Do that.
interesting because, I mean, how people are going to react because it's one thing, I mean, everyone understands a marriage breaking up or, you know, things being complicated with your family, but then the kind of
goes
public
in the-
ruse is, you know, I know you ask her a lot about that.
There'll be a lot more. And we want to mention also that Jada also spoke to People Magazine, which is on stands this week.
And she's going to be here live in studio Monday, correct?
Yeah, she'll be here Monday.
Okay.
Got a lot going on.
Wow.
That's a cute family. Where are you guys from?
Nashville!
Nashville. All right, Nashburg. We like that. All right. Nashville.
Sure. Guys, coming up next, the buffalo, our national mammal, but most of us probably don't think about it the way Ken Burns is thinking about it. He's done a documentary. It's an incredible, fascinating new film, and we're about to talk to him. But first, this is Today on NBC. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
The biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stop with us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Welcome back. Well, few filmmakers are able to capture the highs and lows of American history like Ken Burns. From the brutality of the Civil War to the beauty of our national parks, his films tell the complicated story of our nation, and his latest is no exception. The American Buffalo highlights how the buffalo were brought to and back from the brink of extinction and the devastating effect that had on the native people of this land.
Most people believed the continent's most magnificent creature was about to disappear forever. During the same time, Native Americans had been dispossessed of most of their homelands, confined to reservations, and deprived of an animal that had fed their bodies and nourished their spirits for untold generations.
Ken, good morning.
Good morning, Samantha.
You know, you're just one of my favorites, and only you say, I had this idea for, just 30 years, but now was the time. You really have had this thought to do something about the buffalo for a long time. Why, and why now?
So Dayton Duncan, our writer, and Julie Dunphy, the co-producer, and I have been thinking about it since we did a film on the West, and we realized that waiting this 30 plus years has been good. I hope we're better filmmakers. There's new scholarship, but we could also do a biography of an animal to complement some of the other biographies, and this time talk about the extraordinary relationship between the buffalo and Native Americans for 10,000 years that gets broken when, in a spasm of killing for industrial reasons, the leather hides were good to run the belts of the machines of the Industrial Revolution. We took this buffalo that originally numbered in the tens of millions down to under 1,000. Most were in zoos. We couldn't find it. It's the largest slaughter of wildlife in the history of the world. It's on our watch. And then people woke up, and on our watch, working with Native peoples, we brought this animal back from the brink of extinction, and it is no longer in danger. So it's kind of a parable of de-extinction, but you have to actually register the complexity of what we did, not just to the buffalo, but how it affected Native American
Well,
lives.
it's a parallel story. It's not just the buffalo
No.
story. It is also the story of the indigenous people of this country.
So they used everything. They used from the tail to the snout. They even used the snort in their rituals, the Native people. Dozens of tribes. The buffalo is at the center. So you can imagine, what if all of a sudden all of our grocery stores and all of our churches and temples and mosques were taken away, just gone. So they lost the thing that had sustained them physically, but more importantly, in a way, the thing that had sustained them spiritually, the center of their creation stories. And so we're in a big job of repair right now. The buffalo are resilient, Native peoples are resilient, and Americans woke up and said, you know what? We cannot kill this thing that is now kind of the symbol of us, right? We put the buffalo nickel with the Indian on the front and the buffalo on the tail. We're beginning to romanticize and fetishize something that we've spent a century trying to destroy. And so this is the story of how we come back from the brink.
You come back from the brink, and it's a complex story because how the buffalo were brought back from the brink. And I mean, they used to be so numerous. I mean, there are songs written about it, the buffalo roam in legions, down to about 1,000 and now back. But the story of some of the heroes of that, well, their stories are complex as well.
Yeah, I mean, some people saved the buffalo, a lot of Native Americans, obviously, for the right reason, a lot of Americans for the right reason, but also a lot of people did it for the wrong reasons. They were nationalists, they were about white supremacy, they're about the total subjugation of the thing. The thing is, we felt that maybe this is just the first 2 acts, the 2 episodes of a 3-act play. We've saved the buffalo in zoos and in corrals. There's 380,000. They're not in danger of going extinct. Now do we have the will and the courage, working with Native tribes, over 80 of them have herds, to create a space where they could be wild and free. And that is the challenge for the future. The 3rd act that's going to be written by us, anyone in the sound of my voice, and by our children and our children's children.
Well, Ken, I just want to also say that for you, this is like a mini viewing because it's only 4 hours
It's only
long.
4 hours.
I mean, look, the average, let's just say that, Ken, over your many, many years as a documentarian, we started adding up the numbers. I think if you look at nearly 40 films, it's 250 hours.
It's 2 weeks if you don't sleep.
Yeah.
And there's a cartoon that we had that shows, way back in the 90s, that shows this couple sitting on a couch and saying, coming soon to PBS, OJ, a 2,575-hour documentary. And the couple are going, Ken Burns has to be stopped.
Oh, but never will he be. And we hope. Ken, always good to have you here. You always open our eyes. The American Buffalo premieres on PBS on October 16th. Hoda, over to you.
Oh, yeah, we all love Ken Burns. All right, so if you are overwhelmed by the options on Amazon's big sale, Adriana's here to help. Great picks from today's deals. Everything under $25. She's got a real winner right here. We'll reveal them all, but first, this is Today on NBC. Love it.
That's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
We're back with Today Bestsellers and day 2 of Amazon Prime's Big Deal Days. Adriana Brox, our Shop Today editorial director. She's back with more discounts to share. By the way, every single one of these under $25. Let's get to our QR code so you can fire it up. You can join right in. Let us get started in the beauty world,
Let's get started in the beauty world. And I just have to say, on Today.com right now, we're doing live updates all day long. Through the night. And
what does that mean?
We're updating our live blog every 15 to 20 minutes. So log on to today.com and get all the latest.
Okay, what do we have?
So beauty deals are popping off right now, and we love multitasking beauty products.
Okay.
These are from Julep. Right now, they are up to 30% off, under $15 for these. This is a Shop Today reader and viewer favorite, actually. It's a glide-on eyeshadow stick. It's literally a pen. You just put it on. So easy. You rub it in with your fingers. You don't need tools. Anybody can do it. Also, their double-ended brow pen is amazing. It's a pencil on one end.
Love it.
And the other end is a gel. Everything you need, easy breezy makeup under $15.
Okay, this next product we're going to is one of my all-time favorites.
Okay, I know this is a Hoda Hall of Famer.
I love it.
It's a Shop Today Beauty Award winner. I love this stuff. It's bio oil. This is a tried and true brand. They make some of the best oil out there.
It works for everything. It works for children, for grown-ups. It moisturizes. It's not greasy.
It's incredible. It's so lightweight
look at this one.
and so
Look at this.
hydrating.
Look at this.
Yeah.
It comes in a gel form.
Yeah. And
it's
this
so, look at that.
It's amazing.
Cool as can be.
See, I know you like the gel. I love the oil. For me, it worked on stretch marks.
Stretch
it's
marks.
amazing.
That's what it works on everything.
Back to my talking point, it's 20% off for the bundle, so you can get both. And they're travel size, so it's super easy, and a little bit goes a long way with it.
All right, let's get some luxury in the bath.
Okay, luxury in the bath. So, are you a bath person or are you a shower person?
I'm a shower person.
Okay, so am I. A lot of people out there are, but you want to get that like bath-like spa experience in the shower. Shower steamers. These are from Cleverfy. These are also a Shop Today reader favorite. It comes in a pack of 6. And these are great because it combines those aromatherapy benefits with that luxury of a bath and a spa into your shower. So you just pop one of these into the corner of your shower and let the steam up. And it's amazing. You get like eucalyptus to uplift you, a little bit of lavender to relax you. And it makes a great gift set too.
Let's get cozy.
Okay, let's get cozy because it's fall. And you know what? Whether you are team leggings as pants or not, everybody can use a pair of leggings.
You need
this
them.
fall.
Yes.
You need them. And these are incredible. They're actually a Start Today award-winning leggings. We did an award series a few months ago. These are our favorite from the editorial team. It's got 4-way stretch. They are so cozy soft. I want you to feel how soft these are.
They don't slide down.
And right now, they are on sale for 30% off and around $16, which is unheard of. So these are some of the leggings you're going to live in. They're incredible. Lounge, workout, whatever you do, get these.
Got 'em.
And then also similarly, Fruit of the Loom is having a sale on these sweatshirts.
Tried and true.
Tried and true.
Yeah.
And what I love about these is that they're a cotton blend, so they're super soft. Very affordable, starting at under $10. So get one for the whole family.
Come on. All right, let's go techie.
All right, let's talk about tech. I have a personal question for you.
This is real weird.
When was the last time you cleaned your earbuds?
Never. Nobody cleans them.
You have to clean them because not only is it like the ick factor of like the debris and the buildup, but it can affect the sound quality. And you want to jam out and listen to your podcast. So this little tool,
let's see.
It has a little clean. It's dual-sided, so it has a cleaning tool on one side.
So
it gets out all the gunk.
Where are you sticking it?
I mean, in all those nooks and crannies, it gets everything out. I
Scrape
think we
it
have
out?
a before and after photo of one of our staffers, Emma, who look at those. They look like new. So super easy
Cleans
way.
the inside and outside. And what's this? This is
Clean
the
it,
brush.
and that's the brush to kind of like polish it off.
Okay, good.
You got to do it.
All right.
All right, let's talk about tech and Wi-Fi. You know, we all have those dead spots in our home.
Yes.
Namely the basement, usually really hard to get to. This TP-Link Wi-Fi extender right now is 50% off, right under $25. It's going to help you get up to 1,500 more feet of coverage in your home. Get all those dead zones. Not only is it good to reach those hard to reach rooms and devices, but it's also really good. You have expanded bandwidth and you have a little bit more stability with those devices around your home, like your Wi-Fi doorbell, your security cameras. You want that peace of mind.
So easy. You just mount this and then
plug it in.
you're off.
You plug it into an outlet. So
perfect. Easy. All right. Adriana did it again. To shop these items, scan the QR code or head to today.com/Prime Day. You can also check out our Shop Today team's live coverage, as you said, updating every 15 minutes. Get the best deals throughout the day. We should mention that this segment is paid for by Amazon. Guys?
All right, Hoda, thank you. Look who's in the studio with us. Grammy winner, Lauren Daigle, one of our favorites here at the show, making a pit stop on her tour to treat us to a live performance here in Studio 1A. We'll do that right after this, but first, this is Today on NBC.
The City Music Series on Today is proudly presented to you by City.
Oh, we're back with a Grammy-winning artist, chart-topping artist whose music has been streamed now more than 1 billion times.
Mostly by Craig Melvin. Now Lauren Daigle is out with a new album. She's out on tour. We're so happy to have her with us this morning. Hi, Lauren. Welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me.
Tell us about this new record.
It has been a blast. It's been one of those records that you kind of always long to make, you know? I worked with the one and only Mike Elizondo and wrote with the most incredible writers. And so just to be able to put that team together has been phenomenal.
Any of your Louisiana roots creeping into this music?
So much. You know, Louisiana,
Yes.
the brass band. We got brass here with us. I couldn't help it. It's my favorite.
Oh, cool.
Going down the street corner, you can always find brass somewhere in Louisiana.
All right, what are you going to sing for us today?
Today we're going to do These Are the Days.
Oh, all right. Take it away, Lauren.
All right.
People out there, let go of your cares. Turn your cries into loud hallelujahs. This is what we came for. Oh, leave all your worries
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Okay. That's how you get the blood pumping.
Man.
Horns sound good.
horns.
Sound good.
Well done.
Section.
Well
And guess
done.
what? This young lady's going to be on. Where are you going tonight? You're going to be playing in Jersey?
We are next week. We'll be in
Next
Jersey.
week? Oh,
Yeah.
on Friday. How is touring, by the way? How's it going?
Has been amazing.
Yeah?
It took me a while to get my lungs open, learn how to run and sing at the same time.
You're open now.
You're crushing it.
We're doing
I
it.
said, I go, she can move too. That was awesome. Love it.
How about that horn?
Oh.
Stop it.
Come on.
Oh,
And they're coming back in the third hour as well, because you're going to sing.
I'll be back.
What do you
Be
s-
okay.
Yeah, it's one of my favorites.
very cool.
Song for
Lauren,
the time.
thank you so
Thank you, Lauren.
much. The
Thank
album is
you.
called Kaleidoscope. The album is called Lauren Daigle.
Yeah.
It's the Kaleidoscope Tour coming through December. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Again, more from Lauren Daigle and the full band coming up in the third hour after your local news and weather and these messages.
There we go.
This morning on the third hour of Today, relentless. Israel launching another round of punishing airstrikes overnight in Gaza. Now, preparing troops for a possible ground invasion. We're live with the very latest. Plus, in Consumer Confidential, a new crackdown on those so-called junk fees on everything from hotels to concerts. The latest on the push to ban them. Then later, Yellowstone star Cole Hauser live talking family, cowboys, and something special he's got brewing. And in Today Food, that's my jam. From cookies to crackers, foods that are embracing fall flavors. Today, Wednesday, October 11th, 2023.
Live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, this is the third hour of Today.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the third hour of Today. I am Dylan here with Al and Craig. Chanel is off. I almost called you Chanel.
That's okay.
Once again, we begin with the very volatile situation unfolding in the Middle East.
Volatile indeed. Overnight, Israel launching a new round of airstrikes on Gaza. Israeli troops and tanks gathering near the border now in anticipation of a possible ground invasion. All of this as the death toll on both sides of the border continues to rise. We also know now that 14 Americans are among the victims there.
President Biden addressing the war yesterday, offering unwavering support to Israel and confirming that Americans are among those taken hostage by Hamas. And this morning, here at home, police departments nationwide on alert. Cities like New York have increased security at Jewish places of worship.
Once again, NBC's Kelly Kobiea is live for us this morning in Israel. She has now made her way to an area that's become a gathering place for people who've had to evacuate their homes. Yesterday, Kelly was at a hospital. Today, she's at this new location. What's the situation on the ground there now, Kelly?
Craig, Dylan, Al, good morning to you guys. You probably hear some funny business behind me, and that's because we have a few clowns here today. This is actually a nautical center, but it's been turned into a shelter for about 50 families who are evacuated from the south. You can see the kids are here, the clowns are here. They're trying to distract the kids, give them some giggles after a pretty traumatic experience for all of them over the weekend. There are a number of these centers kind of scattered around the country because so many people were evacuated, and they've got rooms behind me. They have therapy for the adults as well, and all of this is from volunteers. There's actually a room in another building that is stacked floor to ceiling with donations, toys, clothes, food that has all come from the community. People just wanting to give something to all of these families who've been displaced here. Difficult situation in Gaza. There are lots of families displaced there as well, more than 100,000 people displaced. And the U.S. has said that they are talking to both Egypt and Israel about opening some sort of humanitarian corridor, possibly in the south, so that some of those trapped civilians can get out, can escape the bombing there. Gaza officials say they've had to shut down the one power plant in Gaza today because they've run out of fuel because of that blockade. In addition addition to that, here in Israel, it's still really difficult for a lot of families. We spoke to the parents of two 20-year-olds who are at that music festival, Roya and Norel, and they are missing. They haven't been heard from since Saturday, and lots of families are still giving DNA samples and waiting for word from officials as to what happened with their loved ones, whether they were killed or captured. So really tough scenarios for a lot of families still here in Israel. And also, scenes like this where people are trying to cope with everything that has happened over the past few days, guys.
Kelly, such a juxtaposition between what we see behind you and what's happening there in Israel and Gaza. Kelly, thank you. Stay safe.
Sometimes you just have to protect the kids from the
Exactly.
things going on
Try to
around
bring
them.
a little normalcy, a little
Yes.
joy wherever you can find it.
Yeah, absolutely. So, to that, as we watch this war play out, the topic of mental health has taken on increased importance. And last night, you guys actually attended a really great event. Carson hosted the inaugural gala for Project Healthy Minds. It's a nonprofit focused on removing the stigma around mental health and improving access to resources. And I'm sorry I couldn't have been there last night, but we heard some of Carson's speech earlier, and it really makes a difference when someone like him is up there to talk about the importance of mental health.
Especially when you see somebody like Carson, who, by all accounts, from the outside, great career, funny guy, humorous, beautiful family, and yet struggling so much. And thankfully, I think he's going to help a lot of people, and of course, Prince Harry and Meghan Markle.
Yeah, he did a roundtable with them. Last night, it was interesting. As I watched our buddy up on the stage there, I thought to myself, this is sort of the pinnacle of what he has been building over the last few years. I mean, he's been talking about mental health in this country for a number of years now, destigmatizing it, normalizing the conversation surrounding it. So last night, watching him up there and what I'm sure is going to become an annual event.
Yes, absolutely.
We're proud of him, and we love the work they're doing. More than 60 million Americans have some sort of mental illness. 60 million.
And after listening to the speech some of his speech earlier, I actually sent that to someone I know, just to say it's okay to talk to someone and just reach out for help. I'm just putting that out there.
All right, thank you, buddy. Turning now to our Consumer Confidential. How many times have you booked a trip, you bought a concert ticket, a movie ticket, and then you've been hit with an unexpected fee?
Yes.
We hate these. They're called junk fees. And, well, guess what? There's a new push to ban them. NBC's Tom Costello live in Washington with the details. So, Tom, what's the deal?
Does it ever feel like you're being nickeled and dimed every time you turn around, right? More of these fees, and they're for fees that we think should be for services that should be included. They're at resorts and hotels and restaurants and concerts, you name it. And there is often no opting out, even if we don't want what they're offering. The Federal Trade Commission says they are deceptive, they're prohibited, and now the Federal Trade Commission moving forward to ban junk fees and impose penalties on companies that charge them.
How often has it happened to you? You book online or check out of your hotel only to find unexpected resort, convenience, service, or amenity fees added to your bill. And there's no opting out. When Candace and Babak Aladusti left their Las Vegas hotel, the surprise $50 per night resort fees took a bite.
So it's like we've paid $150 in just resort fees, which just adds on top of everything else. It's just become a lot more expensive than we were anticipating.
Convention organizer Bob Kraus was charged a $20 per night mandatory daily destination fee for each of the 50 rooms he reserved over a weekend in D.C.
So I said, what am I getting that I'm not otherwise getting? And there were crickets. Nothing. I'm getting nothing extra for paying $20 mandatory destination charge.
Americans are tired of we're tired of being played for suckers.
In February, President Biden announced the White House would soon come down hard on junk fees.
Those hidden surcharges too many companies use to make you pay more.
It's not just hotels and resorts. Junk fee charges show up for sporting events, concerts, apartment rentals, utilities. Some restaurants now add house, courtesy, or compliance fees so they can pay their staff minimum wage, even slipping a gratuity in the fine print before you add your own. 12,000 Americans have already complained to the Federal Trade Commission. Now, the FTC's new proposed ban on junk fees would require companies to be transparent, disclose all fees upfront and in writing, potentially saving Americans billions of dollars.
This is real money. It really adds up for people, and we believe that the proposed rule that the FTC is putting forward is going to make the market much fairer for Americans and ultimately mean they're paying less.
A California law banning junk fees takes effect next year. But in the meantime, frequent traveler Robert Krause says if you're hit with a junk fee, just say no.
Is there any way to fight back?
Absolutely. You better believe it. I refuse. I just said I refuse to pay a daily mandatory destination charge.
Okay, well, it's easy to say I refuse when you booked 50 hotel rooms and you have elite status, right? What about the rest of us? The bottom line is you've got to read the fine print before you book it online, and then certainly before you sign the credit card when you're leaving the hotel room. That is the challenge. By the way, if approved, these new FTC junk fee rules could take effect next year, and companies that violate the rule and they keep pushing out junk fees, they could be forced to refund that money back to customers. Guys, back to you.
Hey, Tom, real quick. So if you have that resort fee or something like that in a hotel, can you negotiate with the front desk and say, listen, I didn't get anything for this?
Well, you know, if you have elite status, it certainly helps. If you've got a credit card with them, it certainly helps, right? If you have a hotel credit card or whatever. Sometimes you've got to appeal to management. Sometimes you've got to appeal to the accounting department. And sometimes you're going to have to pay it, period.
All right.
All the more reason, know what you're getting into before you walk in the door.
All right.
So much fine print. Sick of reading fine print.
Sick of it.
Yeah.
Tired of reading.
All right, coming up next, it's today's checklist. In honor of International Day of the Girl, we are talking about how to build healthy habits and some important numbers all women need to know. We'll be right back.
Today is International Day of the Girl, a day to empower girls all around the world, but also bring attention to some of the challenges they face.
So in our checklist today's checklist, we're going to go through the numbers that women need to know to take care of their physical and their mental health.
And here to help is NBC News medical contributor, Dr. Tara Narula. Dr. Narula, good morning.
Good morning.
I think it's so important, especially with young girls, to establish habits early.
Absolutely. Yes, I have two young girls, 11 and 7, so this is personal. And adolescence can be a really tough time for a lot of young women, but it's also a time to lay that foundation for healthy habits that are going to make you a healthy adult. So I think the first thing to remember, and this is right in my area, is that cardiovascular disease is the leading cause of death for women. So how do we start those healthy habits early? Well, first of all, exercise we all know is important. So young girls should be getting about 60 minutes of cardio on a daily basis and can work in some muscle and strength training.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So
how young are we talking?
What age?
We're starting like young, like 5, 6. I mean, you should be getting your kids out there and doing activities and, have them walk instead of being pushed in the stroller if they can. Also, you want to think about healthy body image. It's a time where a lot of young girls pay attention to that. And so, I'm a cardiologist. My husband's a plastic surgeon. We're very careful about how we talk about that with our daughters. And we focus on a healthy, strong body. And that means a body mass index, a height-weight ratio that falls between the 5th as you can see there, and 85th percentile. That's how we grade it for girls. As adults, we talk about BMI with numbers, like 25 or less is healthy. Also about stress habits. You want to talk about mindfulness, meditation, yoga, breathing exercises, and then avoiding substances. We know that tobacco, marijuana, vaping, alcohol, all of these things are important. Most kids will start using tobacco. Most adults who use tobacco started before the age of 18. So really healthy habits to set you up for heart success down the road.
You know, yesterday was World Mental Health Day, and we know mental health can affect your physical well-being. How do we start early on helping our girls manage that stress and from whether it's social media or peer pressure as they go forward?
Yeah, Alan, it's so important that we talk about this because half of all mental health disorders really start before the age of 14.
Wow.
And many of them go undiagnosed, they fly under the radar, and they're undertreated. And so it has to be on our radar as parents, as teachers, and peers. And one of the important ways to help is to keep girls connected so they don't feel isolated and lonely. And that can be through peer groups, leadership organizations, finding role models at schools, teachers. Parents need to really pay attention to warning signs. Be plugged into what's going on with your kids. Talk to them. Ask them how they feel. Therapy. I mean, I'm a huge advocate for therapy for adults and kids if necessary. And also, we want to think about social media.
Right.
So, you know, the Surgeon General put out a report. I know he was here yesterday talking about the dangers of social media, and so many of our kids are using them. If you use social media as a young kid, studies have shown for more than 3 hours, you're at a 50% increased risk for things like depression and anxiety.
You mentioned warning signs. What are some of the warning signs you should be looking
So
at?
clearly, if kids are kind of pulling away, they're more isolated, they're not engaging in their daily activities, they're sleeping more, they're basically losing interest in a lot of things that maybe gave them pleasure. Those can be warning signs. But sometimes, Al, it's just as easy as sitting down and talking to your kids and letting them know that it's okay to talk about anxiety, that they feel nervous about things, or that they feel sad.
Real quickly on reproductive health for young women, at what age are they supposed to start getting their first well woman visit?
That's a great question. We all think about that first GYN visit as women. And, you know, pap smears are not recommended until 21 or after. But the American College of OBGYNs actually suggests that girls start to see an OBGYN between the ages of 13 and kind of 18. And that is really to build that trusted relationship. It's not about a pap smear or pelvic exam. It's about talking about menstruation, for example, what's normal, what to do if they have pain. Most girls will start menstruating between 12 and 14. To talk about gender issues, safe sexual practices, STDs, one important conversation is around the HPV vaccine. We know that HPV is a preventable, if we treat it with the vaccine, we can prevent oropharyngeal cancer, cervical cancers. 85% of us will get infected with HPV. And so the recommendation is that starting at ages 11 to 12, girls can get their first dose, followed 6 months later with a second dose. If you start after age 15, it's about 3 doses. But these are really important conversations to have, and a GYN is a safe place for a lot of girls to have those conversations that they may not feel comfortable talking to parents about.
Okay. Dr. Narula, that was just so helpful. Thank you so much.
Covered a lot of ground there. Thank you, Doc. Just ahead, 3 successful entrepreneurs who are teaming up for a really important cause. They're here to share a big announcement on this International Day of the Girl. And then later, saddle up, y'all. Yellowstone actor Cole Hauser's here. He's going to talk cowboys and coffee. We'll explain the connection when the third hour of today comes right back.
Campfire coffee.
are back on this International Day of the Girl with 3 female founders who each created their own wellness businesses. Well, now they are joining forces for a bigger mission. We're going to hear all about it, but first, a look at their stories and their companies.
Yang Hee Paik received her MBA at Harvard Business School and worked in entertainment distribution. After years in the business, she shifted gears and jumped into menstrual products research, noticing a need for cleaner options for women.
I never questioned what these products were made of, and none of my friends ever cared too.
So she started Rael, creating a line of period supplies using organic cotton. Today, Rael pads are the #1 bestseller on Amazon, and the brand's focus on women's wellness has expanded to skincare. Beatrice Dixon began her business as a solution to a personal problem, battling a year-long bacterial vaginosis infection. One night, her grandmother appeared to her in a dream, giving her ingredients, which she turned into a wash that helped her.
It worked. Then it kind of morphed into, I think I should do this as a business.
She launched the Honey Pot Company, and the feminine care business caught the attention of big retailers. What started as a dream is now Beatrice's mission to help others learn about and love their bodies. Nadia Okamoto became involved with the menstrual movement as a teen. The activist started the nonprofit Period to educate, advocate, and distribute millions of menstrual goods to those who could not afford it.
Trying to end this stigma and say menstruation is natural.
In 2020, Nadia ventured into the business world, launching August, a sustainable and gender-inclusive period care line. Now, Nadia is bringing together female founders, including Beatrice and Yang Hee, for a larger cause.
And joining us now, Nadia Okamoto, co-founder and CEO of August, Beatrice Dixon, co-founder, CEO, and Chief Innovation Officer of the Honey Pot Company, and Yang Hee Paik, co-founder and CEO of Rael. Good morning to all of you.
Good morning.
Good morning. I loved watching you guys watch the spot and just like cheer each other on. I mean, you're all in the same space, but now you form this coalition, Nadia. It's called the Tampon Tax Back Coalition. Why was it so important to do this?
Well, you know, the tampon tax is something that I've been working on, talking about, fighting for the last decade, and we've made amazing progress. When we first started a lot of this work in 2014, the tampon tax was in 40 states. Now it is in 21, so we still have 21.
It's a tax on women's products.
Yes, so the tampon tax nickname is a sales tax on period products, considering them non-essential goods. So like luxury items, yes. Meanwhile, products like Rogaine, Viagra, motor vehicles, in some states, private jet fuel parts have some sort of exemption, whether they're considered medical necessities or otherwise. And so what I'm really excited about is to just kind of bring our advocacy to a new level, especially in the private sector, and say, we're going to be putting aside our competition in favor of collaboration around an issue we all care so deeply about. And, you know, I think a lot of the long-term goal and the end goal of this is to just change public opinion, get people to know that periods are natural, period products are necessities, and that we need to take down the tampon tax because it sets a very dangerous legal precedent.
B, when you were approached initially to join this coalition, what'd you think?
It was a no-brainer.
Why?
Literally. Because it is not a luxury to have a period, right? I'm not saying that I am not grateful for my period, because I am, right? It's a part of our experience as a human being a woman, right? Or a human that considers himself a woman. But it's not a luxury. It's something that happens, right? And you need what you need to take care of yourself. And it's not just tampons. It's pads. It's menstrual cups. Yeah. It's anything that a human with a vagina needs to take care of. To take care of their menstrual cycle. And so, you know, so it was a no-brainer. When Nadia mentioned it to me, we literally got on the phone with the team literally that same week, you know. So I'm very grateful.
So Yang Hee, how does the tax back program work?
So the 8 brands, you know, who are coming together for the coalition, we create a universal website together called tampontaxback.com. So now, you know, the consumers in the 21 states, after they buy, you know, feminine care products can go to the website, submit the receipts, and the 8 branch will reimburse, the taxes they paid. Yeah, so they get the financial.
This is out of pocket for you?
Yes, it is. Yeah. But then, this is only, the first step. And then the next step, for us is to put a lot of pressure on the policymakers to really see that this is an issue, this is an unfair treatment of feminine care products.
So that it's nationwide.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Right.
We really wanted to put our money where our mouth is with this coalition.
Clearly.
And I think a lot of it was saying, hey, we're not just going to say we don't agree with the tampon tax. We will Venmo, PayPal you back, within a couple business days because we don't think you should pay this. And even though we're not absorbing it, we're going to, eat into the margins because it's worth it and it's a no-brainer.
Wow,
Thank you all for
terrific.
everything you're doing.
Thank you.
This is important, and we're going to see this continue to grow. Thank you.
Thanks so much for having us.
All right. And coming up, we're going to be look who we wrangled in our studio. Yellowstone star Cole Hauser live. We're going to catch up about everything that's going on with him, including that new grind. Coffee business. Third hour today. I'll be right back.
This morning, we are catching up with actor, now entrepreneur, Cole Hauser.
For 5 seasons, he starred as rugged cowboy Rip Wheeler on the hit series Yellowstone.
Well, now he's applying that same country western spirit to his new business that's launching today that is grounds for excitement among coffee fans. Good morning, Cole.
Good morning.
He's on brand.
How many cups is that today?
That's right. We're going to get to that in a second. I can't wait to taste that.
Yeah.
Now, you're known for playing a cowboy on TV, but this is, you came to this naturally. You were born almost in a way a cowboy.
Yeah, well, I was born on a ranch, literally. My mom born me on a ranch.
Really?
Yeah, no hospital, no nothing.
Wow.
Holy cow.
Yeah, my father delivered me, so.
Oh,
wow, amazing.
Yeah.
So what's it like growing up, like literally in the South?
Surrounded by just beauty.
Oh, God, well, that's Montana there. But Oregon is really where I kind of grew up as far as ranching. But, just to get into a little bit of the coffee business, too, I am such a fan of this. I just want you, Al, to just take
he brought you a special. And it's called Free Reign Coffee.
Free Reign.
What's the story behind Free Reign?
I'll tell you, it's about taking risk. It's about enjoying your time and a little bit of coffee.
Well, what's nice is it's strong, but it's not overpowering.
Yeah.
Kind of like coal.
Yeah. Like American dirt.
Quite. Yeah. That's one of the names of the blends, right?
Yeah.
And the brand
Al really loves it. Look at his eyes just kind of change.
I normally don't drink coffee black. I usually like my anchors like my coffee.
Wait.
I don't even know what that means.
I know. By the way, I don't even respond to that.
That's what a coffee does. That's what it does.
How do you take your coffee?
Always black.
Always black. Okay.
I
And
like
the coffee seems to
like
stay
it
true to
strong.
your Western roots, too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so coffee, obviously a part of the morning routine. We wanted we're going to call this Cole's Daily Grind. Okay. Tell us if the following are coffee approved. Yes or no? Hit the snooze button.
Never. Get up and get after it is the theme of the coffee business.
Okay.
Yeah, although this morning, Arlen did give me a little shake.
Yeah.
All right.
But we've been on a road show for 5 days of straight, just get after it. So.
Yeah.
Making the bed daily.
My wife.
Honest about it.
Okay.
Honest about it.
Exercising before work.
Well, I work and exercise at the same time.
All right.
That's good. That's
doing a morning skincare routine.
A little bit of Kiehl's.
Oh,
Yeah.
you do have beautiful
Tasting
skin.
good.
Yeah.
Really fresh.
It's luxuriant. Journaling. You like to journal?
I mean, I write all the time.
Oh, that's great. I do the same thing. I journal every night.
Yeah.
And then, of course, most importantly, watch the Today Show.
I mean, come on now.
Daily.
It's every morning,
Al.
right?
Daily.
Al, give me my coffee.
He's been watching you for years.
I love this man. He's got one of the greatest smiles in the world.
He does. We love him too.
Yeah.
Most days he's a national treasure. Most days.
To me, you're always a national treasure, just so you know.
I wanted, before we let you get out of here, because you spend a lot of time doing a lot of good as well. Tell me about this organization.
Special Operations?
Yeah.
I mean, listen, you know, for me personally, you know, well, T2T is another one. I actually did the run the other day, which was unreal. But Special Ops, I'm on the board of. And it means a lot to me, you know, to make sure that we take care of our children, to make sure they have a chance of education. And so each and every, you know, bag that we sell, $1 goes to Special Operation Warrior Foundation. So
Fantastic.
buy the coffee.
Where do they get it?
Well, it's online right now at freerain.com.
Freerain.com.
Yeah.
Great. Come back.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
We love having you here.
Oh, man, it's always a pleasure. Great to meet you, too, by the way.
Nice to meet you.
Al, I love you.
Love you, Cole.
Still to come.
There's a whole bromance going on. I like it.
I'm taking you to the curb.
Oh, no. I can be replaced by Cole. I can see that. Get on board, folks, in Today Food. How to enjoy fall flavors and support small businesses at the same time. And a little bit later, another one of our favorites here at the show, Grammy winner Lauren Daigle. We're going to hear all about her new album. She's going to perform one of those new tracks live for us. It's the perfect song for the times in which we find ourselves. Third hour of Today, right back after this.
Look up, child.
Back with a special small business edition of Today Food, embracing all the flavors of fall.
Oh, your favorite.
And with us is Today.com food contributor, cookbook writer, all-around nice guy. Joey Skladany's here. He's put together this really great list of sweet and savory options from small businesses, but small businesses that ship nationally.
Yes.
Right?
How's it going, everybody?
Goes great.
I feel like the most popular person when I bring food in.
Yes,
absolutely. Let's kick things off with some breakfast. This is Michelle's granola. Okay. Every bag is hand-packed, made from scratch. So it tastes very homemade. It looks homemade. It feels homemade. But my favorite product from this brand is actually a spreadable granola. And they have it in a maple nut flavor. You can put it on waffles. You can put it on pancakes. Whatever morning carb is going to get you through your day.
I've never heard of that.
I know. They put oats into it. It's great. It'll replace any nut or seed butter.
Oh, wow. and
Yeah.
it's easier for kids to eat that way too.
Absolutely.
Add into yogurt and
You can replace peanut butter with a peanut butter and jelly sandwich and use your use that. Yeah. Moving right along, I love a fall-themed charcuterie board, and if I'm going to put one together, it's going to have Firehawk crackers.
Yes.
These are Eastern Mediterranean inspired,
They're
which means they're
terrific.
going to be thinner, flatter, crisper. They come in great savory flavors like garlic thyme, rosemary sea salt, and one thing the company actually just introduced is a graham cracker version. So if you have plans to go camping this fall, this is going to upgrade your s'more situation.
they look thicker than your
s'more
average graham
situation.
cracker.
Yeah, they're a
which
little
is
bit
great.
thicker, but what's nice is that they're flat so you can spread easily. They're not going to fall apart in your hands. And of course, with a charcuterie board, we're going to need dips and spreads in addition to the cheese and the cured meats. And Beth's Farm Kitchen has got you covered. I am obsessed with this brand. They have an assortment of chutneys, jams, jellies, mustard. That's a rosemary mustard. You name it. Everything's locally sourced. They work directly with farmers in the Hudson Valley region.
Oh, Hudson Valley. Hudson Valley.
Yeah, there you go. And what's great about this company too is that every crate online is thematic, so they're very giftable. I love their some like a hot collection. It's all their spicy offerings.
Oh, very cool.
Sweet potato, yeah. So sweet potato is obviously going to creep into a lot of fall dishes, but I prefer to snack on them. And Jackson's, they're so good. Jackson's sweet potato chips, I think, are some of the best in the market, and they have a great backstory. Jackson is actually a kid who has a rare autoimmune disorder, and his parents wanted to create a snack that would accommodate his dietary needs. So they made it with very simple ingredients like avocado oil, coconut oil, and then it turned out delicious, obviously.
Yeah.
They
And they're
decided to
gluten-free.
make it mass market, and that's the product you see today.
That's great.
So I also love the ranch. They taste like
Is
Cooler
that
Ranch
what this
Doritos. Yeah, I believe those are the
Yeah,
farmhouse
I was trying
ranch
to figure
ones.
out what the flavor is. It's delicious.
Yeah,
Who
so
doesn't
good.
love a cookie?
Get ready for this one. I can eat a baker's dozen in one sitting. This is JoJo's Cookie Company. I feel like there are two types of people in this world. Those who either like a crispy cookie or a soft and chewy. I am a soft and chewy kind of guy, and that is exactly what JoJo's Cookie Company is. They're Petoskey, Michigan based, and they actually stuff their cookies with candy bars, caramel, cream cheese frosting.
That one has pretzels in it.
I know, but I will say they do have a sleeper hit, and that is their famous sugar cookie. I have no idea what they put in it.
Probably
but
sugar?
Sugar, yeah. I don't want to ruin the magic, but they're freaking fantastic, and they have seasonal flavors like caramel apple.
What's this last one?
Last but certainly not least, if you are a self-proclaimed basic like me, and you can't get enough pumpkin spice in your life, you'll definitely want to.
You don't want to eat that.
Uh-oh, we have an aversion.
What is in this glass?
So that is a hard cider, but Steel City Salt Company, they're based in Pittsburgh. They're famous for their pierogi salt, which is a regional dish for
good, right?
Pittsburgh. They do a pumpkin pie spice sugar. You can just throw this in your purse, toss them on some oatmeal, put it on some toast.
I like it rimmed around like a pumpkin beer.
Why not?
Like,
That's
and
my
this is
that's my favorite
awesome.
preparation. Of course, an
Yeah.
adult beverage. Rim your glass and
Joey,
cheers to
what?
fall.
Joey always brings it. Always brings it.
And brother, you're wearing that suit too.
Hey, you know, a little pink, you know.
Yeah.
Wait, on Wednesdays we wear pink.
I did not. Oh, yes, we do. I guess we do. Joey, thank you. To try these products, you know what to do. It's today.com/food.
This is delicious. All right, coming up next, Grammy winner Lauren Daigle is live in Studio 1A to perform brand new music just for us. We'll be right back.
Music series On Today is proudly presented to you by Citi.
Listen to that music. You all remember that song. You Say is a 5-time platinum certified hit that broke records at the top of the Billboard charts and earned Lauren Daigle a Grammy Award. Now the music star is back with a brand new self-titled album, and she is here to treat us to a live performance. Lauren, good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you. 2 Grammy Awards, 7 Billboard Music Awards, more than 1 billion streams. I mean, people love you. When did you realize that, oh, okay, this music thing's gonna work?
Oh gosh, I feel like I'm still learning it. I always tell everybody I don't ever want to stop learning. Like, what is it that I can do that keeps giving to the music community, and then also where I can keep learning? I love it. I'll never forget the first time I heard my song on the radio. I think that was one of the moments. I was in the laundry room of all places, and I walked past, and my mom had the radio on, and I said, "Wait a second, Mom, what is going on?"
That's me.
That's me. I can hear me.
That's you say.
Yes.
This next song you're about to do, I think, I've listened to it just ad nauseum over the last month or so. It's perfect for the times in which we find ourselves. It's called Be Okay. Yeah. When you wrote the song, what were you thinking?
Oh, just that. We had a little girl write into one of my friends. Her name's Ellie Holcomb. Amazing. If you've ever heard her music, she's got the voice of just a million souls, right? And she's someone who takes stories to heart, like I do as well. And so this little girl wrote in and just talked about a terminal illness that she was going through. And we wrote this song just to kind of give her comfort in the time of her passing.
We can't wait to hear you sing it live.
Oh, thank you.
Lauren Daigle, take it away.
Thank you.
You're gonna be okay. You're gonna be okay. Oh, the sun will keep on rising in that old familiar way, and every little thing is gonna be okay. You're gonna be alright. Oh, darling, you're gonna be alright. Oh, the stars will keep on shining through the darkest night, and you can know you're gonna be alright. So lift your eyes to the hills. Remember where your help comes from. Lift your eyes to the hills. You'll never face the valley alone. 'Cause even when your heart is breaking and you've gone and lost your way, oh, you're gonna be okay. Gonna be okay. I know that you're gonna be okay. Not a care in this whole world can take that truth away. You're gonna be okay. You're gonna be alright. Oh, darling, you're gonna be alright. At the end of all our breath, when we're beckoned on to the light, love will meet you there. You're gonna be alright. Oh, the end of all our breath. beginning of new life. Oh, you're gonna be alright.
Oh my God. So beautiful. Angelic, just an antidote for the soul. That was beautiful.
Thank you so much.
Lauren, thank you.
That was beautiful. Her new album, Lauren Daigle, it is available now, and her Kaleidoscope tour continues through December. Thank you, guys.
And to the band.
We'll be right back.
You'll never face it all alone.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
Good morning, everybody. Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
You deserve to be celebrated.
Way to go, Reynolds.
Oh, Al. Al, you're all of our heroes.
Yeah.
Y'all love Al Roker. Today we are catching up with actress, singer, and mom of two, Mandy Moore. And career expert Susie Welch has some advice to help you negotiate your future. And my candid conversation with Jada Pinkett Smith and the surprising revelation about the status of her marriage.
From Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, it's Today with Hoda
And Jenna.
It all starts right now.
Come on. We're skipping it. We're skipping into Wednesday. It's October 11th. Hi.
Can you believe that it's already Wednesday?
Can I tell you something that I tried this morning because I was feeling extra blah?
Extra blah.
Have you ever been on TikTok?
No.
Anyway, TikTok has great things, and this one guy was saying this is a move you can do every morning. If you do it 50 times, you will feel totally energized.
Okay.
Okay?
So when did
all
you
you
do
do,
this?
I did it this morning.
Okay.
All you do is you stand like this, and then you take your hands and you go like this, and you put your leg behind you, like this. 2, 3, 4, 5.
It's like line dancing.
6.
So you did it
and
50
you keep doing it
times?
7. Yeah. And when you're done, it's weird because you know how you get out of bed and you take a shower and you still feel exhausted
Yes.
and blech.
And grumpy.
Anyway, it kind of worked because all of a sudden I sat down at my desk to do my things and I felt like
More alive?
blood. Yes, it was
Did
pumping.
did you ever watch the movie Troop Beverly Hills?
What? True Beverly Hills?
Troop Beverly Hills.
Troop Beverly
Remember
Hills.
the Freddy, the dance they did? It looks a lot like that.
But that's only one move, and anyone can do it. 2 and 3 and 4. Try it tomorrow morning, seriously, and let's check
Does
back.
that feel better or walking in Central Park barefoot?
I love walking in Central Park barefoot, but we can't do that at 3:30 in the morning.
No, you can't.
But
I would
you
be
can
careful.
do your move.
You can do the
It's not
Freddy.
simple.
Okay, I'm gonna
Try it at home and tell me if you think it works. I think it does help.
You know what else probably energized you? Maybe.
What?
You had a crazy interview. You're making, I mean, everywhere. It's Google, the world. It's Hoda. Hoda's all over the place
You're
with this
crazy.
interview.
Okay, Jada Pinkett Smith, who I feel like people assume a lot of things about Jada.
Yes.
Okay, they don't know much about her, but she comes off as kind of maybe a little distant. You don't feel like you're really getting inside and learning about stuff. And because she's guarded.
Yeah.
Because she has a lot of love for people, herself, her family, so she puts up big defenses. So she wrote this book called Worthy.
Okay.
And she almost entitled it Unlovable, which just shows you where she was.
Yeah.
But she opened up about her marriage to Will Smith, and people have speculated forever about their marriage.
Yeah.
Is it an open marriage?
Yes.
Is he gay? Is she gay? Is it, what's going on? Like, they always ask all those questions.
Right.
And I knew that I was going to have to talk to her about those things. So I asked her about something in the book, and she revealed this kind of bombshell to me about their marriage and how it's been presented. But take a look.
So from the year 2016, which is 7 years ago now,
Yes.
y'all have been apart.
Yeah.
So I guess my question is, I feel like you're a straight talker,
I am.
except you're not sometimes.
Yeah.
So why do that? Like, what was the reason?
I think just not being ready yet. Still trying to figure out between the two of us
Yeah.
how to be in partnership, right? And in regards to how do we present that to people, And we hadn't figured that out.
During our walk in Baltimore, Jada reflected on their breakup.
Why did the relationship fracture?
Oh, why it fractured, that's a lot of things.
Yeah.
And I think by the time we got to 2016, we were just exhausted with trying. I think we were both kind of still stuck in our fantasy of what we thought the other person should be.
Jada says she considered a legal divorce, but could never go through with it.
I made a promise that there will never be a reason for us to get a divorce. We will work through whatever. And I just haven't been able to break that promise.
But you still live separately.
We live separately.
It's like it's a divorce in practice.
Yeah.
It's just not a divorce legally. Like, they are divorced, just not, they don't have the paperwork that says.
And why do you feel like they're not
I don't
doing
know.
that?
I asked her a bunch of questions. Like, I asked her, is it because there was no prenup?
Right.
And maybe it's better or easier
Yeah.
not to go through that? She said no. She said they have like a familial
Bond.
commitment.
Yeah.
Right. And I think she thinks that if there were actual divorce papers,
She'd be
it
breaking
would not
that.
be. Yeah, it would not be what it is. But let me tell you, I mean, to hear that for all those years,
Yeah.
where you've
Yes.
seen them like pose on the red
Pretend.
carpet, and being on shows and talk about how do we keep the relationship hot. But what I also learned about Jada is, first of all, she's a lovely person.
Yeah.
And she was very vulnerable about so many parts of her life that I had no idea
Yes.
she'd been living through. I don't know if you could tell there she'd been crying,
Yes.
but throughout the course of the interview, she was just very open about the things that have been difficult for her. And so it's sort of like there's a time in your life where you say, why am I still pretending?
Totally.
Let me just say it. So this book, Worthy, is that.
Because she used the word exhausted. I noticed
Exhausted,
when she
yes.
was talking to you.
Yes.
And I wonder how exhausting it must be to pretend you're in one relationship.
Right. When both of you know
it's completely
not the case.
over almost.
Right. So you both know it. So yet you have things that you are promoting.
Yeah.
And so the first question they always ask is, how do you keep it spicy? How do you
Yes.
keep it hot?
And then she's pretending and pretending
right.
and pretending.
And I think when she said, we were trying to figure out how to frame it, I think it was like, well, this isn't the right time. This isn't the right time. Well, for her, this is the right time.
Yeah.
Like, this is the time where now she finally feels comfortable saying, this is us. She still has great love for Will. He has great love for her. They have children together,
Yes.
obviously.
Yeah.
And, and also you'll see later, like, her whole thing is like they have red table talk where they tell the truth.
Yes.
Where they
so
just
was
spill
that
it.
weird that she was part of that and then
I think that's it, because I think she has two. I think a lot of people there are two parts of you.
Yeah.
It's like you're this movie star part and then you're this.
Yes.
You carry two, not not personalities, but two parts of yourself.
Right.
One that
the
you present.
public. And by the way, I feel like not just celebrities. You could be having a terrible day, but you go into work and you're like, oh, everything's great.
Right.
You know?
And also, I think they felt the pressure of being like this couple that represented a lot to so many.
Yes.
And I think I think that mattered.
Yeah.
Because they made people feel good.
Yeah.
And she knew that. But she's a lovely human being. And she was so honest and forthright.
Yes.
And we went back to her house in Baltimore, and you should have seen people coming out of their houses. Jada, you remember when you lived on the corner? Like, it was so fun to watch her being welcomed back to this place.
Well, it's like so many parts of her. It's going to be so interesting. By the way, it's a long interview.
Yeah, it's really. We're going to do it on. It's going to be an NBC special. It's called Jada's Story. It airs Friday night, 8, 7 Central, and then she'll be here on our show on Tuesday.
I'm looking forward to that. Okay, y'all, we are so excited about the upcoming remake of The Color Purple. And guess what?
What?
There's a new trailer drop.
We wait for these trailers to drop one by one.
We're going to show you every single one.
Yeah.
Take a look.
Your attention is what you need to hear.
Drinks on the
Push the button.
There's gonna be some changes made.
Give me something.
You got to stand up.
Push the button.
Oh, sweet and loving God.
President, you wanna come in.
Why does it keep? How could it keep getting better?
Every time.
How could it keep getting better?
Also,
chills.
I've already gotten chills from the last trailer, but the chills keep coming.
That is explosive and amazing.
I cannot
Taraji.
wait.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh, The Color Purple, y'all. It hits theaters on Christmas Day.
We have to wait.
We have a long time. I don't know why this keeps happening. We give you something
I know,
we can't
we
wait for,
shouldn't-
but
and
we
then
have to be able to
can't
wait.
wait for that.
We
You know,
really
we say
have
that.
to wait. A long time. It isn't even Thanksgiving yet. All right.
Or Halloween.
But you know what? We don't have to wait that long for this person.
we've
Who's
been
coming up
waiting
next, y'all? Actress and singer Mandy Moore.
The mom of two has been keeping busy. We're going to find out what she's up to after this.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it's worth coming to this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stop with us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Mandy Moore has been making music, movies, and TV shows for more than 2 decades. But these days, she's been busy in her latest role as mom of 2.
We are so excited that Mandy is here to hang out with us. I think the last time you were here, you were pregnant with your second one, right?
Very
And you didn't
quietly.
tell us.
It was a secret.
Oh.
Top secret.
Isn't that stage so fun where you know, but it's something
The world doesn't?
Yeah,
Yes.
just for you.
Yeah, it's the best. Yeah.
How has motherhood, mothering 2 kids, how has that been for you?
It's wild. My little guy there he is.
Oh.
He's almost 1. He's still in that smushy, squishy stage though. He's so delicious.
Oh my gosh,
yeah.
look at that.
So that I have 2 under 2. I had 2 under 2. Gus is 2.5 now, and Ozzy's almost 1. But they're the best.
There's something about watching siblings fall in love.
Yes.
I mean, that picture right there made me want to cry. What has that been like for your family?
Amazing. I mean, I'm one of 3, so I just can't imagine a world without siblings. And I always knew if I were lucky enough to have a family, like I would love to have more than one. But I didn't realize that when the second came out, I'd be like, I think I could do this again. My husband thinks I'm crazy.
But you think you can do it again?
I have not closed that door.
Don't close it yet.
I mean,
Why not?
just talking on the commercial break about cribs and preschool and all those things, I'm like, oh.
Yeah, how your little one's in preschool. Your older one's in preschool.
My oldest started preschool.
How is that watching him go with his backpack off to school?
It's wild that we're already there. And now he's just going to be in school for the rest of his young life. It's so much fun, though, to watch the socialization and him come home from talk about his teacher and all of his new friends and what happened during the day. Like, them living a life outside of you is...
That's the weirdest, isn't it?
It's like you want it, and then you're also like, but aren't I the most important thing?
Yeah. And also, how did you learn that? Because I didn't teach you that.
Yeah, totally.
Right?
Exactly. The last time you were here, I think your husband was here too.
Yeah. Yes.
And Hoda and I just marveled at how lovely you are together.
So sweet.
What has it been like to watch him become a... Oh, wait, well, first of all, what's happening here? What is that? Is he a pineapple?
He's a pineapple. We were traveling at the airport the other day, and that was just like a prop sitting on the desk at the airline, and he asked them if he could put it on to entertain our oldest as there was a flight delay. So you put on the crazy pineapple costume, right?
I love it.
Don't you love that? I was like, wait, what is going on here?
What is going on? It's great to have a partner, though, that is willing to, because I'm definitely like, I'll make the lunches and the doctor's appointments.
Yes.
And he can handle putting on the pineapple costume.
How did you guys meet in the first place?
We met on Instagram. Because of Instagram. I Instagrammed about his band.
Did you slide into his DMs?
It was pre-DM days.
Okay.
So someone saw that I commented about his band and told him, and he sent a lovely email, found a way to reach out to me, and we sort of started corresponding.
So
via
it was
email.
music that connected you initially.
Music that connected us, and still connects us.
Yes.
Still connects you.
And what's it like in your house? Are y'all a musical household?
We are a very musical household, but the kids, like Gus right now, is not very into mom and dad singing. He's like, no mama's singing, no dad is singing. Like, he just wants to hear whatever song he wants to hear without us.
I kind of get that.
I like that you guys are adventurous.
I mean, I don't get it if you were my parents.
No, I get it.
I get it.
He has his musical selection.
When I sing and my kids are like, we wanted to listen to Taylor Swift. We don't want to listen to you.
Mommy's interpretation.
But don't they realize that y'all are real magicians or musicians?
Magician.
Yeah, totally.
I don't know. I don't think they realize. They see my husband bring out the guitar and recognize that means maybe time not with them, like not paying attention to them.
So they're not into that.
Yeah.
Is it true that you climbed Mount Kilimanjaro?
I did.
What? Holy moly. Was that like because you wanted to accomplish it or because you enjoy?
Wait, you did that with your husband?
I did that with my husband. I made my husband tag along. I made him hike our entire honeymoon too.
Oh, you did?
He's a very kind man.
You're a hiker?
Does he like hiking? I love to hike.
He does. I think he's come around to it. He recognizes we're going to be that adventurous couple, and our vacations are going to sort of be centered around doing adventurous
Kilimanjaro
things.
is a whole
highly
nother...
recommend. No,
really?
totally doable.
But you have to train for it. It's not just like go up there and.
No, I mean, I think anyone has to be reasonably physically fit.
Yeah.
But I think you both could do it.
You camped along the way? Is that how you do it?
Yeah, you camp along the way.
How long did it take?
8 days.
I mean, 8 days in tents along the way, and it's cold.
And no shower.
It's not easy, Mandy.
It's totally doable. I have faith in both of you.
You do?
I don't think. Should we do
Maybe.
that? We should hike Mount Kilimanjaro.
Only if I
you
can tag along.
Definitely come.
I want to come.
So you wouldn't be scared doing it with children, would you?
No. I mean, it depends on how old. I don't want to bring my
No. I just mean as a mother.
No.
Oh, yes. No, not at all.
We're fine.
Yes.
Okay. You are here because you also want to raise awareness about a condition that you've had throughout your life.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a paid spokesperson of Insight. I have atopic dermatitis. I have eczema. And I'm really excited to partner up with them around this campaign called My Moments of Clarity. It's really highlighting real people and their real stories with eczema. I met this incredible young woman, Rachel, who's 12, who has eczema and who's had it her whole life. And just recognizing the symptoms and the fact that there is relief out there and treatment out there. Yes.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Mandy, we adore you. Let's go hike.
Guys.
Let's go hike.
Can we plan this Kilimanjaro trip?
I think we can.
I'm 1 million%.
You're 1,000,000%.
Okay, we're going.
Girls
Let's
hiking
go.
trip. Let's do it.
Oh, I'm so in, guys.
I'm kind of scared.
No, I think we're doing it.
You're going to have to give us our packing list.
And also what kind of shoes.
And you're going to have to put up the tents.
Yes, and carry most of the stuff.
And cook.
Okay, coming up next, feel like you're in a career rut?
Susie Welch has some advice to help you negotiate for your financial future right after this.
Love Susie Welch.
Hi, guys. I'm ready to go hiking.
That's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Today is International Day of the Girl, and one way to help empower young women is by giving them the tools to navigate and build their careers.
You know who we need?
We need
our friend Susie Welch. She knows a thing or two about that. She's a business journalist, best-selling author, and career expert. She always advocates for women in the workplace. She's a professor at NYU Stern School of Business. Susie, it's so good to see you. Why don't we talk about a hot topic that's been out there? Vanna White was clearly underpaid for many, many years. She had a deal. It wasn't great. It was kind of exposed after Pat Sajak. So what went wrong there?
Well, I mean, this is 18 years before going in and asking for a raise, especially when it was clear to her entire universe that she was indispensable. So I think what went wrong here was just this, maybe she just trusted the system too much. I can't get inside her head. But it is a great warning that nobody should wait 18 years before they go in and have a very candid conversation with their organization about, you know, what's my worth here? Am I being paid what I should be paid? And have that 18 years. Don't even wait 18 months.
And by the way, she may have had that conversation. She just may have heard no. You know, I mean, it's hard.
Yeah, you think? I mean, I think that they only say no when you're not indispensable, and she was fully indispensable.
Yeah, totally. I know. So, but imagine, you know, you're somebody sitting at home. They're like, I want to go talk to my boss. It's hard. It's hard to demand what you're worth and also, you know, stay humble and all the things that I think women are taught to be.
And, you know, the other thing is you're going in there and you know, or you should know, that they don't want to give you a raise. Now, they may love you and they may think you're the best thing that ever happened to them, but they have budget constraints and there's usually someone above them, or there's a book that they're looking at of accounting that says, I can't afford another penny. So when you go in, you can't talk about your feelings or what somebody else might be making or your car payment or some kind of cost. You have to talk about your impact on results. You have to say, this is the value I add. This is what it would look like if I left. You have to sort of subtly say, and you have to keep goodwill. Like you don't want to alienate your boss in that conversation.
What if he says thank you for all those things? The answer is no. So now you have to come back on Wednesday, the next day. What are you supposed to do?
You don't leave the room. Hold on. You flip the script. And what you say is, okay, what would it take for me to get a raise? Let's have a conversation about that. What would it take? Let's get the 5 things I need to do and in what time frame. And then I'll check back in with you at that time frame. Get an action plan. Don't swallow that no without coming back and saying, I've got
I'm back at 6 months later. You said no, but now what?
I've done these things.
Okay, pay transparency has been something that's been in the headlines. It's tricky because if you're talking to your coworkers about what they make, there could be resentment there, right?
Well, I mean, some places people really talk about their pay, and then you march into your boss's office and you say, so-and-so who's been here less time than I have makes more, but the boss may know some things you don't know. They may know what their pay was beforehand, but it's also tricky because they may think you may be stepping into a hornet's nest because the boss may actually think their performance is that much better, okay? And you're starting
performance-based pay.
So if you're doing the exact same work and you're making a wage and you're not making, then you have to have that conversation. That's for sure. But there's performance involved in how much people are making. And if you want to have that conversation about your performance being better or equal to everyone else's, go have it. But be careful.
How long should you wait before you ask for a raise? Sometimes you start and you're like, I've been here for a year or 2 years.
Right.
I feel like I've contributed.
Right.
I mean, what's too soon?
Right. Your boss is pretty much expecting you to come in every year and ask for a raise.
Year?
So you can, you start. But it's not a matter of timing. It's about how much value you add. So I would go in and I would time it around, look, I've brought in 3 clients. I have made this many. My customers are the happiest. I have this. Then when you walk in there with a list of your results, walk in there with your case already being made. Like, I delivered these results. What's it going to be? Right? It's not about time. It's about results.
Right. Another term that I really didn't know much about, but is managing up. Tell us what it is and if it's effective.
We start managing up when we're little girls, really, when we're watching our parents and we're sort of manipulating them gently to get what we want, right? We're all sort of trained to manage. But managing up is looking at your boss and sort of understanding what they want from you and trying to create a context where they want to have conversations with you about your performance. The last thing the boss has time for, wants to do, is tell you what you're doing wrong. So you have to start that conversation and say, hey, what am I doing well? I'd love to hear about that. And how can I improve? Big smile, making it pleasant for you to tell me so that you'll tell me more. And so managing up is having those conversations and sort of looking where your career could go. What's the next step? Because no one is going to do that for you but you. No one.
All right, and just finally, some people are just feeling in a rut. They're unmotivated. They're in a career. They may like the career, but it's just they're hitting that spot. So what are some things you can do if you're in that moment?
I hear this all the time at business school, because a lot of students are in business school because they're sort of saying, I would like to pivot.
Transition.
And many of us, because the economy is changing and because we change as people, we want to pivot. We want to say, what else? We have a lot of alternative views of ourselves. What could I be? We all have this dream of a life. And so you hit this rut, and that is the time to do the hard work to stop and try to figure out who you are standing still. A lot of us don't know, who am I standing still? And when you figure that out, and that's a lot of...
What does that mean?
Okay, so it means, who am I when I'm not busy? Who am I when I'm not running? Who am I when I'm not doing the next thing on my to-do list? What are my true values? What do I want my life to look like? What am I really uniquely good at? And where does the world have opportunity for me, given my skills? That's a real self-analysis. We don't stop to do it, and yet it changes everything when we do.
Yeah, I think it's so interesting, right?
I love that.
And smart. Susie, you're the best. We always feel this way about you. Coming up next, a style makeover for 2 of our viewers with big career changes.
Here are their befores. We're going to reveal their afters coming up right after this.
Can't wait to see that.
I know. Don't you love that?
Welcome to today. So happy to see you guys. Would you like my boost?
Yes.
Back, here we go.
Sometimes we just do things to help.
That's our Hoda.
Happy birthday! We got an awesome crowd, y'all.
It's time for another edition of Style Me Over, where we give our viewers a fashion upgrade.
You wrote in to tell us about your loved ones, maybe that could use a little bit of extra pampering, and we chose two lucky ladies to pair with fashion and beauty expert Trinny Woodall, founder of Trinny London. Hi, Trinny. Also the host of What Not to Wear in the UK.
Yes.
So do you look at someone and say, I think I have your look, or do you? How do you go about fitting them?
So much with how they feel and what they want to change emotionally, because everything has to come from the inside, so that you wear clothes that you feel are you, but they're you how you feel you'd like to be.
Yeah.
So it's about how do you give that internal confidence with external clothing.
Oh, I
don't
like
you
that.
Love that. Okay,
Yeah.
so first up, we have Shauna, who wrote in to tell us about her mom, Cheryl. Let's see what she had to say about her mom's current look.
Hi, Hoda. Hi, Jenna. I'm Shauna, and I'm nominating my mom, Cheryl, for a style makeover. Last year, she retired after 40 years of teaching. 40 years. And we never got a chance to celebrate her. And I think this is the perfect opportunity to celebrate her and pamper her for all of her achievements. Her retirement look is usually just sneakers and leggings and jeans. And I would love, absolutely love, to see her dressed up and looking chic. She also became the primary caretaker for my grandmother, who unfortunately passed away this year, and I think a style refresh will help my mom get back to putting herself first and feel amazing. So thank you, and thank you.
Shauna,
Oh.
okay. We love that. And 40 years of teaching, your mom is our hero.
Yes.
Okay, so let's take a picture of Cheryl. Let's see a picture of her before photo. And can we see
Come on out, Cheryl. Oh! I'm sorry.
Oh my gosh, tell us about her look. Cheryl, you're gorgeous.
I have to go up because I always like to go up. But I think Cheryl is fabulous and just needed vibrancy and colour to bring you back to remember the woman you are. You've had a tough year and you want to celebrate where you are today as a woman. So it was about freshening up the makeup and giving that ethereal skin, all cream-based products. It was about red, because who doesn't love a lady in red? And showing off shape, because you have the most magnificent shape. She wears the best bra, I can't tell you. She's so nice. She looks after those puppies beautifully. And just also draping things perfectly. Sexy shoe that still you can run for a cab in, and glamorous earrings.
Cheryl, you look gorgeous.
How do you feel? How do you?
Amazing.
You did. Yes. Did the trick. Oh
Shauna,
my God.
what do you think?
She looks amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you. You're beautiful.
Oh my
you are
God. Gorgeous.
beautiful.
Like stunning.
Oh my gosh.
Thank you.
Thank
That was
you.
beautiful. All right. Up next, Cecile wrote in about her friend Carolyn. Let's see why she nominated her for a fashion refresh.
Hi, Hoda and Jenna. I'm Cecile, and I'm nominating my friend Caroline for a style makeover as she kicks off this new chapter in her life. She recently moved to the city after getting her dream job. It's her most high-level role so far, and I'm so excited for her. She works remotely and describes her day-to-day style as Adam Sandler core. Sweatpants, t-shirts, and sneakers. I'd love to see her in something that matches the boss that she is, while also showing her outgoing personality. I hope that a new look will make her feel incredible. Thank you.
All right, Cecile, you ready?
I'm ready.
Are you sure? All right, let's see Carolyn's look one more time. Adam Sandler chic. She likes it. All right, let's see the new Carolyn. Come on out. Oh! Wow, Trinny. Trinny, you got to get up there.
Because I have to get up.
Oh my
Because
God.
it was about getting sexy back. And when we're on Zooms all day and you've got a new job in tech, you've got responsibility. So it was about, first of all, teaching you to do makeup that puts your face in frame. So really sexy, smoky eyes.
Beautiful.
She has the best eyes to do that with.
Yes.
Skin, all beautiful
Glowy.
skin. Sexy hair, and then your shape. We all suffer to an extent from body dysmorphia. So when we were trying on different clothes, do you remember you were like, but it shows this or does this? And through the day yesterday, it was
gorgeous.
You found your figure, you found the shape. So metallics of this season, we got you into metallic, lovely shoulder pad moment. The waist is there, we finally found it again. It was always there, you just hid it. And a jean to elongate, already long legs, and also your bottom. Can I just show? She has the most beautiful shape, and now you're out of the sweats. we can see it, darling, and celebrate
How
it
are
every
we
day.
feeling in this moment?
I'm feeling incredible and just so grateful for this opportunity. And thank you, Hoda and Jenna and Trini and Cecile and all my family and my team at Sounder watching at home. I'm just really happy to be here.
What about Adam Sandler? Is it going to be sad to say goodbye to Adam?
Yeah, I mean, he's always going to be a part of me, but I'm and he's an icon. I look up to him. So.
Cecile, what do you think?
Oh, she looks fabulous. She's absolutely fabulous.
Wow.
Thank you,
Beautiful.
guys.
Thank you,
Beautiful.
Trini.
You did an
Great
amazing
job.
They were very easy.
Perfect, perfect. All right.
Thank you.
Also, a special thank you to Leona Wilson. She styled our lady's gorgeous hair. Thank you, Leona.
Yeah, thank you, thank you. Coming up next, show, we're celebrating powerful women.
From the first females of hip hop to groundbreaking athletes, we've got the hot docs you need to see coming up right after this.
So good.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. What's shaking, eggs and bacon?
Hold on, I'm just gonna say it.
What?
Badass.
Oh, thank you. So do you think you'll act forever? Boom. We're going to have lots of fun this morning.
Today, as we celebrate International Day of the Girl, we've got some entertainment that will inspire and empower women of all ages. So it's time for our series,
Hoda and Jenna's Hot Docs. Our first hot doc, Daniela Luna, supermodel. It's about a largely unknown story of the model who became the very first black woman on the cover of Vogue. Wow. It was back in the 60s, despite the discrimination she faced. Take a look.
I think some people thought that she was from another planet. She did not look like any human being I had ever seen.
I know I'm the best model, so why aren't I being photographed?
Daniela Luna's being was discounted because she was a black woman and she wasn't even regarded as a full person by most.
Where is the place where finally I'm seen for who I am? And I am loved for who I am.
Daniela Luna was the first black woman to be on the cover of Vogue. Why don't we know more about her?
Yeah,
oh my
why
gosh,
don't we?
Why don't we? But now we can.
Daniela Luna, supermodel, is available to stream on Max right now. I can't wait to see that.
Me too. Our next hot doc is groundbreakers. In this series, tennis icon Billie Jean King pairs up with champions across different sports and generations for candid conversations about being a woman in the world of sports. Take a look.
I'm Billie Jean King, tennis champion and equal rights activist. I invited world-class athletes to team up for a series of one-on-one conversations to share their powerful stories of their individual roads to success.
I started at a dust field because they told us that we were not allowed to stand on the field because it was for the boys.
Discussing everything from mental health to equal pay.
We won that first World Cup. We won the Olympics. We were literally still making $10 a day.
$10 a day?
Yes. These stories must be shared from one generation to the next so we can keep building on the progress we've made.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
I adore her and I cannot wait to see that. Groundbreakers will premiere on PBS November 21st.
Mark your calendars. Our last doc is Ladies First, a story of women in hip hop with commentary from Queen Latifah, MC Lyte, and more. The doc shows how women have found to break through that male-dominated genre for 50 years, becoming some of the biggest names in the music world. Take a look.
Black women are crushing it in hip hop right now. Dominating the charts, being the ultimate influences of the culture.
We all winning at once in different aspects.
There's so many fire women right now, like what? None of this came easy.
We have come through a lot. We have stood back up, and we'll always keep standing back up.
Oh, come on.
Looks amazing.
All three, Ladies First, available to stream on Netflix right now.
Can't wait. Coming up next, y'all, it's pumpkin spice season.
We're getting into the spirit with a lot of fun. We got our new game for the fall.
What
is that,
happening?
Gerard?
I don't know. Gerard. Oh, yes,
Oh,
it is.
I see that nod.
Shake that pumpkin.
After this.
Good morning, everybody. Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
You deserve to be celebrated.
Way to go, Reynolds.
Oh, Al. Al, you're all of our heroes. Y'all love Al Roker.
The weather's cooling down, the leaves are changing color, so we're going to play our autumn game we're calling the Fall Crawl. And here to play is Sarah Lee Ang from Madison, Wisconsin. You're visiting New York. She's got her husband and kids who are so cute over there. They were on their very first flight ever, and her in-laws are there too. Everybody's here. Okay, so here's how. What happened? You okay? Oh, no. Okay. Okay. You know what? Is she okay? She's good. She's good. Oh, okay. All okay. Okay. So here's how it works. We've got 3 fall challenges for you to consider. First, you're going to dig through this basket and find an apple, and then you're going to bowl those pins down with those basketball pumpkins, and then you're going to throw 2 footballs through the tire. Okay. Are we ready?
So if you get through all 3 games in 45 seconds, Sarah, you are going to get the chance to spin our wheel, and maybe your kids can come help you spin it, and we'll find out what prize you get.
Good
Sounds
idea.
Good?
Okay, you ready?
Ready.
All right, here we go. Let's put some time on the clock, 45 seconds. Here we go. On your mark, get set, go, Sarah, go, 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 go. Yeah, got it, go, go. Next. Nice. Oh, keep going.
It's fine.
It
Too
was
late.
unclear.
You got it.
Here it is.
Wait, those
One more. There you go. Take your time. Take your time. You got it. You got it. You got it. Yeah, okay, you got it. Come on, girl. Ah, one more. One more. Yes!
Sarah!
Go. Come on, kids.
Come on over here. You want your kids to come help you spin?
Yeah.
Come on. Come help me spin. That was just a character. He's not real.
He's not real.
Okay. Sarah,
Okay,
you
ready?
want to help spin?
Yep. Okay,
Good.
1, 2, 3, spin! Good job. What are we gonna do? Let's see. Extra $500. Little extra spending money.
Yes, $500. Does that sound like a lot?
You did so good.
Good job.
You guys all did good. Hi. Would you like your mommy's apple?
You want to do one?
Okay. All right, awesome.
We love you guys. Thank you so much. All right, we'll be back right after this. Yay! Tomorrow, reality TV host Nikki Glaser stops by.
That'll be fun. Plus a performance by the talented Nashville trio,
The Shindellas. Oh, we'll see you Thursday, kids.
Bye, guys.
Nice talking to you. Going to Kelly Clarkson.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming to this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Anal stop with us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
I woke up smiling on my face. No care, no trouble in my way. The sun is shining where I go. That's how I know. Yeah, that's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Welcome to Today. So happy to see you guys. Would you like my boost?
Yes.
Back. Here we go.
Sometimes we just do things to help.
That's our Hoda.
Happy birthday. We got an awesome crowd, y'all.
New York City is home to so many iconic foods. But when the city that never sleeps wakes up for breakfast, they want a bagel with a cream cheese schmear piled high with lox.
There's no other city that makes a bagel like a New York City bagel.
I have not had good bagels in any other city.
I came out the womb eating bagels.
It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. If New York's known for anything, it's its bagels. And we got them all. Everything bagels, rainbow bagels, pumpkin bagels, croissant bagels, and of course you can't have them without a schmear. While the bagel first came from Poland, many food historians say its pairing with salmon and cream cheese originated right here in the Big Apple. In this town, few specialty food shops are as beloved and as historic as Russ and Daughters.
I've been waiting in line probably 15, 20 minutes, but it's definitely worth it.
I like the contrast of the flavor. It's like a nice little bagel with salty lox.
Something about the salmon and cream cheese together, like I try to make it at home, but it's nothing compared to Russ and Daughters.
They've been serving premium fish to hungry New Yorkers and folks from around the world for over 100 years. Just a few blocks from the store is the Russ and Daughters Cafe.
Hi, Al.
Hey, how are you?
Welcome to Russ and Daughters Cafe.
Nice to see you
great
guys.
to have you here.
Thanks for having us. This is beautiful.
Thank you.
Nikki Russ Fetterman and Josh Russ Tupper are the grandchildren of the original Daughters. These cousins are fourth-generation owners, carrying on their family's culinary legacy.
So this is Russ and Daughters. This is our great-grandfather, Joel Russ, who started the business, his wife, Bella, and his 3 daughters. Josh and I have the same grandmother, Anne. She was the youngest of the 3.
Was it unusual at that time for you, because you usually would see so-and-so and sons, but to see Russ and Daughters?
Very unusual.
But, I mean, honestly, if he had had sons, it probably would have been Russ and Sons.
Well, thank goodness he did.
We like to think of him as a feminist, but he was a good businessman.
Joel Russ immigrated from Poland in 1907.
And he started just standing on the streets of the Lower East Side selling schmaltz herring out of a barrel. And a family could feed itself for 2 nights with 1 fish.
In 1914, he opened his first brick and mortar shop, J. Russ National Appetizing. Joel and his wife had 3 daughters, Hattie, Ida, and Ann. When they turned 11, each daughter began working with their dad. What was their relationship like with him? Because he's your dad, but he's also
your boss.
Your boss.
Yeah. And I think he cared more about being the boss and the shopkeeper. He was a new immigrant to this country who was just trying to survive and make a place for his family. And that was his focus. And he saw his children as cheap labor.
The sisters grew up learning all aspects of the business. In 1935, Hattie, Ida, and Ann became Joel's partners. The shop was renamed Russ and Daughters, making it the first in America to bear "and Daughters" in its title. When your great-grandfather decided to start Russ and Daughters, why the Lower East Side?
After Ellis Island, this was the starting off point for the majority of poor Jewish immigrants. This is where they landed and they got their start. And so he was just feeding basic food to other poor immigrants like himself.
At the turn of the century, this neighborhood was one of the most densely populated places on the planet. Many immigrants from all around the world lived in overcrowded tenement buildings, the conditions having a profound impact on their diets.
One of the things about Lower East Side Jewish food is that a lot of food wasn't made at home. When you don't have running water and when you don't have electric or gas stoves, it's really hard to do very much cooking. And so for women who are responsible for feeding their families, they had to get food from push carts, from restaurants, from bakeries.
Joel Russ was one of many vendors catering to this new population. I've always been curious, how did it come about, or from what you've heard, that somebody thought, hey, here's this round bread, we'll put some fish on it, but oh, by the way, before we do, let's put some cream cheese, some dairy on it.
Yeah. First of all, Russ and Daughters is the torchbearer of what's called appetizing. And this is a food tradition born here in New York, and it's the sister food tradition to delicatessen, both of which come up through the Jewish kosher dietary rules. You have to separate fish and dairy from meat. So a delicatessen, strictly speaking, is for meat. The appetizing store is where you go for fish and dairy, things like herring, smoked fish. When we say bagel and lox, most people are, we're referring to a smoked salmon, but the original bagel and lox was not with smoked salmon.
Technically, lox, or belly lox, is salmon cured in salt, which preserves fish without refrigeration. There's no smoking involved, and it's incredibly salty, so it pairs perfectly with tangy cream cheese. But who was the first person to put lox on a bagel?
So no one really knows how bagels, lox, and cream cheese all came together. We know that bagels come from Eastern Europe. We know that lox kind of comes basically from Nova Scotia, kind of. We know that cream cheese is an American food. But what we know is that these things come together as part of a compromise between different generations of American Jews.
Jewish law prohibits cooking with most heat sources on the Sabbath. So the combo of bagels and lox created a filling meal for observant Jews to enjoy on the day of rest.
It's good for a family, but you or your daughter-in-law didn't have to be spending the previous day cooking.
As one of the country's oldest appetizing stores, Russ and Daughters has been serving kosher meals for generations. And the weekends are still their busiest days.
I can't think really of anything that's more New York than lox and bagels.
I agree. I think that this is a food that came up through the Eastern European Jewish immigrants to New York. But now it's transformed and just become New York food. It belongs to all New Yorkers.
In the United States, women own less than 20% of all businesses. At the iconic Russ and Daughters, co-owner Nikki Russ Fetterman is building on the legacy of her grandmother and great aunts.
Growing up, you followed in the footsteps of strong women who may not have chosen this, but took it on and obviously made it really successful. What is it like for you following in those footsteps?
It's a tremendous feeling to be now the great-granddaughter. Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg was a good customer of ours. Her family came from the Lower East Side, and she once said that before she knew the word feminist, when she looked up at the sign, Russ and Daughters, she understood that women could have an impact.
Your family's business, Russ and Daughters, has survived 2 world wars, a depression. You're here in the shadow of the World Trade Center.
Yes.
Why has this place been able to not just survive, but thrive?
I think because in each generation there has been someone who wanted to do this. This is food that people turn to for comfort in hard times. And during the pandemic, we saw that people were shipping Russ and Daughters all over the country to their loved ones because they couldn't be together. And so sending, bagels and lox and babka, say, I love you, I miss you. Here, let me feed you.
Having a schmear over Zoom.
Oh, there was a lot of that.
Okay, so you can get smoked fish pretty much everywhere these days, but not quite like this. The salmon sold at Russ and Daughters is prized for its high fat content, from the milder Gaspé Nova to the smokier Scottish. And this gourmet fish is all sliced by hand.
When you hold it up, it's almost translucent.
That. Yeah, I think we should show you how we get it that thin.
Yeah, me and a sharp utensil, what could possibly go wrong?
It takes up to 6 months of training to master the slicing technique here.
So Al, I hear you have some knife skills.
Well, I've been in a fight or two, but it's probably nothing like yours. So how long have you been slicing salmon?
I've been at the store for 20 years.
Wow.
So I've been slicing for a while.
All right. So I watch people slice, and I'm amazed at how patient, because it seems like that's part of the skill.
The reality is, when you know how to slice, it is one of the most relaxing things you can do.
Very zen.
Very zen.
Ooh.
Meditative, right? The trick is, don't look anywhere on the fish. You have to really feel the fish.
Be the fish.
Be the fish, which is a very difficult concept to train someone.
Understood.
And particularly the first couple slices are, don't be upset if they don't look great. The idea is to make a consistently thick slice. You making faces at me, Al?
No, I'm just watching you not watch the fish. All right.
Okay.
Here we go. Be the fish. Not looking.
You should look.
I should look.
You got a sharp knife in your hand, Al. And you can see that as you change the angle of the knife, it changes the thickness.
Yeah.
Right?
So now that's
drastically, more than you think.
That's more than, oh my gosh, that's a very thick
We call
slice.
those chuletas.
Chuletas?
Yeah. Chops.
Ah.
In Spanish.
I was going to say, that didn't sound Yiddish.
Not
That did
Yiddish.
not sound
Not
Yiddish to
Yiddish.
me.
Yeah.
Does the way you cut it affect the taste of it or the texture of it?
The texture, which affects the experience of the salmon.
It's almost like you're eating the essence of salmon, not salmon.
It's very delicate. It's a very appealing texture and mouthfeel. Yeah, the thinner.
Josh, thanks so much. Nice meeting you.
Such a pleasure to have you.
Smoke them if you got them. Up next, how fresh salmon gets turned into lox. I'm here at the Acme Smoked Fish Factory. Now there is something fishy going on in there, and you better believe I'm going to find out what it is. The folks at Acme process, smoke, and pack nearly 8 million pounds of fish every year. They sell to eateries all over the country, including Russ and Daughters. It smells of smoke and it smells of fish.
That's the way it's supposed to be. It smells like New York City.
Yes.
All right, so as you know, in any food plant, food safety is of paramount importance.
Right.
I see you got your boots on
I
here.
just happen to be wearing these.
Awesome. I'll walk you through the process of how salmon turns into smoked salmon.
Adam Kaslow is the fourth-generation owner of Acme Smoked Fish. His great-grandfather, Harry Brownstein, started selling fish after immigrating from Russia to Brooklyn.
Harry started in the smoked fish business in the early 1900s, in 1906 to be exact.
Out of a push cart?
Out of a horse-drawn wagon.
Wow.
He would go around buying fish from different smokehouses throughout Brooklyn and Queens and had himself the sales route. You know, he worked close to 45 years. I mean, his dream was to open up his own smokehouse, and it took him 45 years to finally achieve that.
Wow. Adam now runs a massive smoked fish empire, supplying many of New York City's popular bagel shops, from H&H to Essa Bagel. Acme also selling to national grocers like Trader Joe's.
At the end of the day, it's all about the fish. We bring in fish from all over the world. Smoked salmon is probably the most popular thing that we make, and our salmon come from different places: Norway, Scotland, Chile, and Alaska.
It can take up to 5 days to make smoked salmon. Every order is made to the buyer's tastes, from the type of salmon to the curing method. The first step, cutting a whole fish into fillets.
Whoa!
Yeah, so this is a 12-kilo whole salmon that I caught over here in Long Island Sound. No, I'm just kidding. This is an Atlantic salmon. It's farm raised. We use Atlantic salmon because it has the most fat, and fat equals flavor when making smoked salmon.
Right. So what are you cutting out the backbone there?
Yeah, this is the bone.
Carving into a fish this size requires expert hands. After the fish is filleted, it's preserved with salt. The fish is then treated with a wet brine or a dry cure.
Okay, so let's dry cure some salmon.
Good.
First thing, we're gonna get it onto the raft.
Okay.
So, see if you can pick up this salmon, grab it by the tail.
Okay.
Grab with your other hand.
Underneath.
And we're gonna lay it onto the screen.
Okay.
Perfect. Great. Step 2, we're gonna grab a handful of salt.
So it's just a thin layer.
Yep. Right along the top of the dorsal. Like kind of down the center line, I suppose. And we'll give it a nice love tap.
That's it?
That's it. This fish is rather large. So traditionally we would probably wet brine this fish, but for smaller fish, the dry cure lasts about 24 hours.
Okay. That's a huge fish.
Right.
After curing, the fillets are cold smoked for up to 20 hours. This process imparts a subtle, smoky flavor.
Let me show you how the smoker works. So, these are a collection of that wood chip blend that we were talking about earlier.
There are different ways to smoke fish fillets. Hot smoking results in flaky, opaque fillets. Unlike traditional lox, smoked salmon is cold smoked below 85 degrees. This helps the fish retain its silky texture and makes it perfect for slicing.
Ready to help me get this bad boy into the oven?
You bet.
All right. All right.
Hey now.
Let's close her up.
Woo! Shut her down.
After the smoker, the fish is cooled, then packed for shipping.
What would your great-grandfather say if he could see all of this?
I think he'd be amazed of how difficult it was for him to achieve his dream.
Right.
Now his descendants have been able to build upon that dream and build us into one of the preeminent smokers in the U.S.
Up next, a vegan deli taking on tradition with plant-based lox and cashew cream cheese? Oh, you don't want to miss this. East Side, two sisters, inspired by their Jewish heritage, are on a mission to make the food they loved growing up in a more sustainable way. Ladies, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet
Boom.
you.
Want to show me around?
Please, come
Please,
on in.
lead away. Erica and Sarah Kabursky are the co-owners of Orchard Grocer, an entirely vegan market inspired by classic delicatessens.
This is our healthy cashew cream cheese.
They want to make the vegan lifestyle easier for all. Right after college, they opened their first business, a shoe store called Moo Shoes.
We opened our vegan shoe store 20 years ago.
How are they? They're comfortable?
About 5 years ago, we decided that we were going to update it by adding our vegan grocer, basically because it seemed like that's what our customers want. After asking us what our shoes were made of, probably where should I go eat was the second most common question. So we decided to create an experience where they could just go eat next door.
Growing up in Queens, the sisters' Jewish culture and food were closely linked. They had 10 Jewish delis in their neighborhood alone.
Probably every Sunday, it's a tradition in our family, a dozen bagels at the bagel store. A dozen always meant 15. I don't know why that was, but with the cream cheese and lox, and that was just how we spent our Sundays.
Both sisters became vegan as teenagers, but felt they lost a piece of their roots by giving up certain foods.
I think our parents were supportive of our changes to the vegan lifestyle. We grew up in a very culturally Jewish household, so all of our traditions were just based around food.
Today, a lot of folks are going vegan for a variety of reasons, from reported health benefits to concerns over animal welfare. For the sisters, it's also a matter of global importance.
We're watching climate change happen right now, and I think that's causing a lot of people to think twice about what they're eating and how they are contributing. So it makes sense to us that it is becoming so mainstream.
In 2017, Sarah and Erica saw not just an opportunity to satisfy a growing market, but to pay homage to their Jewish roots.
We wanted to have a good sandwich selection that really epitomizes like New York deli food. So obviously a bagel and lox was going to be there.
Orchard Grocer sells a variety of vegan sandwiches, including Reubens and tuna melts. But the sisters are most passionate about serving up a sense of nostalgia.
People are so worried about giving things up. So I think just creating those alternatives and just something that people are familiar with and gives them that feeling of home.
Yeah, like we haven't had to give up our Sunday tradition of bagels and lox.
To help make their unique deli a reality, the sisters hired vegan chef Nora Vargas. Nora shares a passion for plant-based foods. She also knows how to turn carrots into salty lox. How did you come up? I mean, you have to think, okay, what can mimic a smoked salmon?
Yeah.
So how did you, was it look like you thought, well, the only orange vegetable out there
Exactly.
other than a sweet potato is carrot.
We know the texture that we need to go for. We know the flavor that we want to go for. So we started with the color and then we just kind of built it from there.
Okay, so let's get started. I'm
Let's do
really
it.
fascinated.
Okay, all right, I'm excited. So we have prepared, what do we have? Maybe 10 pounds of carrots here
Wow.
for you.
These are huge. These would have been huge carrots.
Seriously, yeah, like
Wow.
the size of my forearm.
But you have sliced them very thin on a mandolin?
Yes, yeah,
Okay.
exactly. All right, so we're all gloved up and we are going to, the next step in this process is to apply our rub
Okay.
to our carrots. So in here we have a mixture of sugar, salt, and the rest I can't tell you about.
Oh, it's a secret kind of
Exactly,
thing. So
yeah.
this would be kind of like the brine that you would use, the dry brine that you would use
Yes.
on fish.
Exactly.
Except
yeah.
it's going on vegetables.
Yeah, we got our inspiration for a lot of different components of this recipe from the way that you would actually prepare fish if we were preparing fish and not carrots.
Right.
Coat everything.
Interesting.
Oh no, don't smell it. Don't figure out the secret just by
I'm-
smelling
yeah.
it. Okay, now.
Because if I figure it out, she's going to have to kill me.
So I'm just gonna start rubbing, just smushing everything in there. Once we get everything coated, we would let this sit for 3 to 6 hours, probably. Okay, great. So I think we nailed it.
Okay.
In here,
Is another secret ingredient?
definitely.
Jeez,
Yeah, but I can
a
tell
lot
you.
of secrets here at Orchard.
I'll tell you a little bit.
Okay.
Okay, so it's a combination of olive oil and aquafaba.
Aquafaba?
Yeah, are you familiar with that ingredient?
I don't know.
You know when you're opening up a can of beans
Right.
and you gotta drain them?
Yes.
The stuff that you drain out, that's aquafaba.
Aquafaba.
It's bean water.
It's bean juice.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna pour,
Okay.
and then you can kind of do the same process
Okay,
that we
same
did before.
process.
Just squish it all in there, okay? Yeah, perfect. After we had let our carrots sit for 3 to 6 hours, we toss them in the oven.
So they bake.
We like to call it cold smoking, just to sound like classy.
Like the process of making smoked salmon.
Exactly, yeah.
That does look very much like smoked salmon.
And what would a bagel and lox be without the cream cheese? This vegan spread is made with raw cashews, salt, some secret spices, and coconut oil, all blended together with soft tofu.
Should we make a bagel?
Sure, let's do it. Chive talking. Cheers. This is a really terrific idea.
Thank you.
Thank you for opening my eyes.
Oh, thank you so much.
I appreciate it. That
Yeah.
was fantastic. Okay, a great way to finish things up. I mean, we've seen the history, we've gone to the past, we were in the present, and you have brought us the lox and bagels of the future!
A bagel with cream cheese and smoked salmon is a uniquely American combination. Born from Jewish roots, transformed by local ingredients, and carried on by new generations, this breakfast tradition has truly stood the test of time when it comes to food in New York City. In the 1950s, 60s, and 70s, Black-owned restaurants weren't just places to get a meal, several becoming crucial meeting spots for activists at the forefront of the civil rights movement. And the families still operating these restaurants today are committed to honoring their historic legacies. It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. We're in Harlem, the epicenter of black culture in the United States. Now, many historians agree the Harlem Renaissance paved the way for the civil rights movement of the 1950s and 60s. So in this episode, we're traveling across the country to explore 3 legendary black-owned restaurants. For generations, these beloved eateries have been serving up dishes to historic figures and those fighting for change. First up, we're heading south to visit an iconic establishment that defied segregation laws. New Orleans, a city that celebrates food, music, nightlife, and history. In the Big Easy, you'll find many historic sites that played a vital role in the civil rights movement, like William Frantz Elementary School, where 6-year-old Ruby Bridges broke barriers in 1960, or New Zion Baptist Church, a hub for activists, and Treme, one of the oldest black neighborhoods in America. Here, you'll find the only restaurant on the U.S. Civil Rights Trail.
Dooky Chase Restaurant definitely is a historical landmark institution here in New Orleans.
This popular eatery is a living testament to a woman who changed the face of fine dining in America, Chef Leah Chase.
I'm Stella Chase Reese, and I am the president of the corporation here at Dooky Chase's.
And I'm Edgar Duke Chase IV, and I'm the executive chef here at Dooky Chase Restaurant.
Stella's grandparents first opened Dooky Chase's as a po' boy shop, becoming a full-service restaurant in 1941.
African Americans didn't have that place to celebrate birthdays, to celebrate promotions, to celebrate good grades, weddings, proms. So they opened up a place where that could happen.
But the next generation had a new vision for the eatery.
It was my father, Edgar Chase Jr., and his wife, Leah Lange Chase, that continued the legacy that my grandparents started.
Dooky Chase Jr. was an avid jazz musician who promoted some of America's first integrated concerts.
His friendship with all the musicians, Ray Charles and Duke Ellington and Sarah Vaughan, we would hear stories of them after their performance coming here to dine at Dooky Chase.
And Leah was determined to bring an elevated dining experience for her Black patrons.
She wanted the best china. She wanted linens. She wanted them to be served the best they could be served because she didn't want our community to be deprived of anything else than any other community had.
That community was on the brink of a revolution, years in the making.
Post-1865 and the Emancipation Proclamation, with the masses of African American people now free, the country was overwhelmed. Hierarchies needed to be reestablished. It was important from a white supremacist point of view that Black folks knew their place.
By the late 19th century, Jim Crow laws legalizing racial segregation in the former Confederate states. Those laws were further cemented by the Supreme Court case Plessy versus Ferguson, which upheld the separate but equal doctrine. But Dooky Chases defied those laws, welcoming patrons of all races to dine and discuss political issues facing the Black community.
Their willingness and openness to everyone in the community made them a hub of safety, made them a hub of belonging.
But that openness also made the Chase family a target.
There were times that we had people throw things in and try to, destroy the peace. But that didn't frighten my parents. They continued because they know what they were doing was the correct thing to do.
By the 1960s, Dooky Chases had become a go-to spot where activists could connect and strategize.
We had the opportunity to serve many of our civil rights leaders, Martin Luther King, Jesse Jackson, Rosa Parks, Thurgood Marshall. The list goes on and on. And then Freedom Bus Riders, they came here. My parents realized that until we all learn to enjoy life together and get to that part where social justice would be for everyone, that this community or any other community in our country would not grow and will not be better.
In the 1970s, Leah becoming passionate about promoting Black artists.
Her love of art was also celebrated here at Dooky Chases when she gave African American artists the opportunity to actually display their art on her wall, because at the time they had no place to display their art.
Her extraordinary life even becoming the inspiration for Disney's first Black princess, Tiana.
It meant a lot for her because she did have some of the kids dress up and come here.
Leah Chase, the queen of Creole cuisine, passing away on June 1st, 2019. But her spirit and her culinary traditions are in vigilant and capable hands.
This is Leah Chase's kitchen. It's set up the same way, and we love it like that, because as you know, she's still with us. She's still watching us.
Chef Duke continues to serve Creole cuisine that's been on the menu for decades, from red beans and rice to shrimp clemenceau and the famous chicken a la Dooky. But the restaurant's most popular dish, gumbo.
You think back to the civil rights era when we had leaders strategizing in our upstairs dining room. We fed them gumbo. You think about presidents today, President Barack Obama, President George Bush came here. We always started them with gumbo because my grandmother always believed that her gumbo will solve any problems. And we like to say her gumbo changed the course of America.
Gumbo, an official state food of Louisiana. Dooky Chase's version has a little something for everyone. Not one, but two types of sausage. Some Louisiana blue crab.
What we do here is we take the top shell off, we clean it up, and we just crack it in half, release some of those flavors.
Chicken and shrimp.
This is really coming out to be a beautiful gumbo.
The gumbo simmering until it's ready to serve.
I mean, if you just smell this, the neighborhood smelling this, everybody knows when Dooky Chase is cooking gumbo.
Today, the Chase empire is expanding. Chef Duke just opened the family's newest restaurant, Chapter 4.
Being a fourth-generation African-American restaurateur is huge.
Many generations now working side by side.
Being around my family all day, that's the biggest blessing. I'm so grateful that I get to work with all my family, and it's such a joy.
And that joy best expressed over great food.
Hello, family. Yeah. Enjoying everything.
We
It's
are
great
enjoying
food.
everything.
What's the song that Rachel?
I'm going down to Dookie Chase to get myself some gumbo. When the service is right,
they treat you nice.
The whole restaurant, Dookie Chase's, is a gift to the family that was given by my great-grandparents. And so we want to make sure that, the restaurant sustains that legacy and all the traditions.
Leah Chase said, "Food builds big bridges.
If you can eat with someone, you can learn from them.
And when you learn from someone, you can make big changes."
We can change the course of America in this restaurant over a bowl of gumbo.
We can talk to each other and relate to each other.
When we eat together.
A trip to Harlem just wouldn't be complete without a meal here at Sylvia's Restaurant. This neighborhood institution has been serving up soul food since 1962, and what started as a small luncheonette has now become a family empire, beloved by tourists, locals, and plenty of famous faces.
The cornbread was sweet, it was warm, and it just reminded me of home.
It took me back to my grandmother's cooking, so I really enjoyed it.
What brought me here today was that I was hungry and wanted some good soul food. So where do you go in Harlem? Sylvia's.
Soul food is the cultural identity marker that really symbolizes our journey as a people living in America.
Triness Woods Black is the granddaughter of the legendary queen of soul food, Sylvia Woods.
Sylvia grew up in Hemingway, South Carolina, where she met her love, Herbert Woods, when they were 11 and 12. They fell in love picking beans after school.
But this entrepreneur-to-be wasn't content with life on the farm.
My grandmother, she came to New York when she was 16. She knew that this was a place that was more palatable for African Americans to really live.
Sylvia and Herbert were among the estimated 6 million African Americans who left the Jim Crow South during the Great Migration.
They came, north to escape all of the atrocities that were happening and to really be in control of their lives. If you were black, Harlem was the place to be.
Sylvia finding work at a diner, Johnson's Luncheonette, which she eventually purchased from the owner with a loan from her mom.
Mr. Johnson knew that my grandmother would make it. And on August 1st, 1962, Sylvia's Restaurant was born.
As the cultural center of Black America, Harlem became a crucial site for demonstrations and organizing by leaders like Martin Luther King Jr. and Malcolm X, according to Professor Psyche Williams-Forson.
The heart of civil rights is America, because it wasn't limited to one area. Though folks who are in the North, they still experience poverty and inequality and voter suppression and homelessness.
Sylvia made the restaurant a welcoming place for activists.
She played her role as ensuring that the community leaders had a place to meet and to commune and to strategize. Everyone dined at Sylvia's. Dizzy Gillespie, Ossie Davis, Ruby Dee. These are actors and actresses that were on the front line.
By the 1960s, the movement had achieved major gains, like the historic Brown versus Board of Education and successful boycotts. But racial discrimination and police brutality against Black Americans persisted, resulting in deadly riots throughout the decade. Two devastating events, just 4 years apart, sparked destructive riots throughout Harlem. But Sylvia's was always spared.
Harlem was on fire, and my grandmother kept the restaurant open because the grocery stores were not open, nothing was open. People couldn't feed their kids. And she was in that kitchen making food so that this community would have something to eat.
This strong connection with Harlemites has continued for decades.
We have guests that eat with us every single day. And sometimes we have people that eat with us multiple times a day.
Coming up, I learned the secret to Sylvia's famous fried chicken. Sylvia's in Harlem has been serving up soul food since 1962. And this native New Yorker couldn't wait to get back into their historic dining room.
Oh, wow. It's so good to see you.
It's been so long.
It's been way too long.
Missed you.
I've missed you too. But you know what? The good thing about Sylvia's is it's like I saw you yesterday.
It's coming home.
It's coming
It's
home.
coming home. The dining room walls showcasing famous faces and political figures, along with treasured memories.
This picture is one of my grandmother's favorites. This was when Winnie and Nelson Mandela came to New York when he was freed.
Eating here has become a rite of passage for many candidates. And there's a young man, I don't know whatever happened to this guy.
You know, I think he might have turned out okay.
I think so.
Yeah.
After a meal here,
Yeah.
this is what sent him on his path.
That's right. It was the chicken. It was the chicken.
But the heart of Sylvia's is Harlem. Triness and her family have worked hard to stay active in the neighborhood, from funding college scholarships for local teens to supporting Black Lives Matter events. What is it about this restaurant that keeps people coming back?
Authenticity. Authenticity times love. Sylvia's, when you come to Sylvia's, you know what you're going to get. You're going to get some good food that's going to make you feel warm.
Today, over a dozen family members help run Sylvia's empire, which includes a catering business and a successful food product line. What's it like working with family? Because I know your brother Marcus, your baby brother Marcus,
baby
is there in the
brother.
kitchen. What's that like?
Watching my brother throw down in the kitchen is something that we always knew was going to happen.
Executive Chef Marcus Woods has been at the helm for 5 years. Sylvia's grandson, it is so good to see you.
Yeah.
And you're back here, you're running the kitchen. What's that like for you? I mean, knowing that this legacy your grandmother's had.
I'm honored. I still get to cook for people like you and the community of Harlem. So as long as I can do that, I'm happy and always honored and blessed.
You know, the amazing thing is food brings people together. You look in that dining room, everybody's there.
Yes. Well, Sylvia used to always say that the first time you come to Sylvia's, you're a guest, the second time, you're family.
According to Marcus, fried chicken, the most beloved menu item. So, did your grandmother teach you how to do this?
Yes, she taught me how to fry chicken, everything down to the seasoning. She would always say, you know, moisturize chicken and marinate it like you're putting lotion on a baby.
Now I can't get that image out of my head
Exactly.
now. One secret, Chef Marcus first applies a dry rub to marinate the chicken. Now, is that just plain flour?
Yeah, this is plain flour. We add a little coarse black pepper to it. Drop them all in there. You just want to give it a little mix.
Again, the baby metaphor.
The baby metaphor.
Like you're tossing the baby. After the chicken's coated, it gets a gentle shake. Then it's into the deep fryer.
That looks like tender love and care right there.
Oh,
See
yeah.
how gentle he's putting it in there?
Putting the baby to bed.
Yep. They'll let you know when they're ready to wake up.
What's the best part of working here?
That every day when I walk in, I get to feel like my grandmother's still with me.
Yeah. Wow.
Like I feel her, I can really feel her presence in this place. And it reminds me every time you're feeling a little lazy, it's like, all right, she's watching. You better pick up the pace. And she treated everybody the same. Celebrity, normal person, worker, dishwasher, cook, chef. I don't know if I can ever live up to who she was, but I'm gonna try. She was an amazing person.
After about 15 minutes, golden perfection. Wow. That looks perfect. Now,
Now you're a thigh person, so I know
am
what
a
you're
thigh
going
person.
for.
Oh, I remember how good this is. That's perfect.
Perfect?
Wow, the seasoning, it's moist, crisp. Oh. Your grandmother's smiling right now.
That's Sylvia's fried chicken right there.
You treated the baby well. Marcus, this is fantastic. It's so great to see you.
Yeah.
If you don't mind, I'm going to take this piece to go.
Oh, I'm gonna pack up a whole bunch for you.
Thank you. Welcome back. In Oakland, California, Lois the Pie Queen has been serving up Southern specialties, hospitality, and of course, fabulous pies since the 1950s. But it's more than just a space for delectable food. It's a well-known hub for political activists, artists, musicians, and everyday folks to meet, mix, and collaborate.
Come on down to Lois the Pie Queen. Get your breakfast on and the mean green.
Lois the Pie Queen is serving up much more than brunch staples.
It's just a great place for locals to come, great place for people to connect.
And it's just awesome that I could come to a place like this and have some soul food.
My name is Chris Davis, and I'm owner of Lois the Pie Queen. We serve food that warms the soul.
This family's roots run deep in Northern California. Lois Davis, Chris's mom, began selling homemade pies at her church in the 1940s. They were an instant hit. Her husband, Roland, dubbed her the Pie Queen and saw a new business opportunity.
My dad was a chef at B&G Foods in San Francisco, and they combined both of their efforts to open up the restaurant and serve breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
In 1953, the duo opening their Oakland restaurant.
So my mother ran the restaurant for 40 years, and it started at 4:30 in the morning for her and ended at 11 at night, and she was a pure perfectionist.
Lois perfecting recipes she enjoyed growing up.
The recipes were my grandmother's recipes. My grandmother was from Texas, and they have maintained the test of time. All of the items that are on the menu were pretty much on the menu when my mom started the restaurant.
From key lime pie topped with raspberry jam to banana cheesecake, sweet treats are always popular here. But there are plenty of savory staples that keep customers coming back every morning. And there's one dish with a special place in many folks' hearts.
You might not find salmon croquettes on the menu anywhere in the Bay Area.
The salmon croquettes are part salmon, part mackerel, yellow onions, salt and pepper, Italian breadcrumbs.
These croquettes, which originated in the South, were a meal staple for many black families.
Most black folks couldn't afford crab, once it became popularized, but in the absence of that, canned fish, salmon croquettes became a major filler.
With a couple of cans, families could make an affordable yet delicious meal. Lois's dishes have brought in celebrities from Sammy Davis Jr. to Zendaya, and sports icons like Reggie Jackson ate here so often, they actually named a pork chop special after him.
So here's my wall of fame and some of the special people that are up here. This is Black Panther Party Minister Eldridge Cleaver.
All power to the people!
In the 1960s and 70s, Lois welcomed members of the newly formed Black Panther Party. The restaurant is a short drive from Merritt Community College, where activists Huey P. Newton and Bobby Seale first met, founding the party in 1966. Chris attended Merritt with both of them.
I had Eldridge Cleaver, Angela Davis, Bobby Seale, Huey P. Newton come through the restaurant. Civil rights leaders and organizers and community leaders would come and meet and organize and strategize. There was a lot of electricity in the restaurant when they visited.
The Black Panthers have a controversial legacy.
The story we tend to hear is one of violence. What we don't hear about as much are the various lunch programs and free breakfast, of course. They saw black communities as in and of themselves resilient, capable of being self-sufficient.
Lois and Chris were not members of the party, but it was during this era the restaurant became an important gathering space in the Oakland community for different walks of life.
When people come and are needy and ask for food, we always do what my mom did, which was we always take care of them. We always give them a meal.
The restaurant expanding this mission amid the pandemic, providing 16,000 meals to locals in need.
It is a place for people to come and get together and try and figure out how to make our community and our world a better place.
Today, that mission to help others has evolved. Chris uses his platform to support local musicians and keep the restaurant buzzy by bringing in younger generations.
I believe that that aspect of music and musicianship is something that is in the ethos of the restaurant. Hey, Mr. Jackson, how are you? Good, I'm doing good, babe.
Good to see you, man.
Good.
He recently started a music management company for Wise Men Entertainment that he unofficially runs from the tables at Lois.
It's not an accident or a coincidence that you look around and see a lot of photographs of, famous folks. There's a lot of people that he supports. And I don't mean support just by putting up pictures up. He'll cultivate young artists that are looking to get an opportunity to get a platform where they can be seen and heard.
Would you like hash browns, grits, or rice?
Grits, of course, grits.
Chris is determined to keep the restaurant in the family. His son, Corey Jackson, has been overseeing the day-to-day at Lois for nearly 5 years.
Working with my dad gave me an understanding of not only the hard work my grandmother put forward and how much my dad is trying to fill those shoes, and now I'm trying to fill his.
Corey hoping his sons will share the passion for the family business.
They can't stay away. They have a job right now. They fold silverware. It's great to see my kids and their Papa Chris bond in those times.
Chris thinks Lois would be incredibly proud to see her restaurant continuing to thrive.
We are the oldest Black restaurant in the Bay Area. It is a tribute to my mom's efforts to support her community and to create a place that was a home away from home and a place that served food that warmed the soul.
Say cheesecake. Cheesecake.
As you might imagine, keeping a restaurant running for decades is no easy feat, especially in the face of adversity. But with delicious dishes and unwavering hospitality, these historic hotspots have nourished generations fighting for social change. These places now stand as symbols of resilience, inspiring and feeding a new generation of community leaders. The avocado. From toast topping to sweet treats, even mac and cheese, this tasty green fruit is pretty much everywhere. But did you know the most popular variety, the Hass avocado, was developed right here in Southern California? So I came all the way across the country to find out how farmers and restaurant owners are making sure we're enjoying these for years to come. It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other.
We call this right here the avocado tunnel of love.
In the past 20 years, believe it or not, avocado consumption has tripled in the United States. Today, the average American eats 8 pounds of these babies every year. I'm at Rancho Vasquez, one of the oldest avocado orchards in the country. Here, the Vasquez family grows several different varieties. Let's avocado check it out.
Oh, welcome to Rancho Vasquez.
Art?
Yes,
Nice
Art.
to meet you.
How's it going,
Pleasure.
sir? Damian Vasquez.
Damian, nice
welcome
to see
the
you
ranch.
guys. Army veteran Art Vasquez has turned his love for avocados into a true family obsession.
Rancho Vasquez!
4 generations live together on this scenic ranch. Many of them work in the orchard and help run the business.
I've never been to an avocado farm.
Wow.
So this will be a lot of fun.
You guys going to give me a tour?
Absolutely.
All right, let's go. Art's grandfather, Refugio Morones, moved to the U.S. from Mexico in the 1920s. He picked avocados and citrus fruit on several farms, but always dreamed of having his own orchard. When Art was 7, the family purchasing their first acre of this ranch.
And that's when my grandfather, Refugio, would start teaching me how to take care of the trees. That's when I really started loving picking. My brother and I would pick the avocados, take the avocados down to the town, knocking on doors, selling the avocados.
Art put his passion for produce on hold to pursue a career in the auto parts industry. In 2002, he was able to buy the entire property, which was destined to be raised for new houses.
We've taken it from 250 trees all the way up to 3,750 trees. This is something, a sustainable legacy that I can leave here and teach my children, grandkids, and the family how to work the earth, how to grow things organically.
Art had also saved a piece of Golden State history. Avocados are native to Mexico, but some of the first avocado trees in the U.S. were planted in L.A. County in the mid-1800s. Henry Dalton, a wealthy trader who owned ranches in California, fell in love with the fruit during trips to Central America. In 1848, Henry planted the first avocado tree in Azusa.
So when he moved to Los Angeles and he took over and bought Rancho Azusa, he knew there was fresh water coming from the Azusa Canyon. And so because of having the fresh water source and the awesome soil, he knew avocados would be great here.
During a tour of the ranch, I got to see a living part of that history.
What makes it special is one of the first planted avocado trees in the western United States. This puppy is one of a kind. It's like us, Al. It's one of a kind, okay?
And it's still producing fruit?
Still producing fruit. Produces anywhere between 500 to 600-700 pounds of fruit a year.
Experts estimate this tree is more than 100 years old. It produces a type of avocado known as the Fuerte, in Spanish meaning strong. It was the first avocado variety to thrive in the United States because it can withstand cooler temperatures. But in the 1920s, a new variety emerged in SoCal that would ultimately dominate the world market.
A guy by the name of Rudolf Haas, he was actually a postal carrier, but his hobby was growing. So he had an orchard at his house about 20 miles from here, La Habra Heights.
The Haas avocado was a total accident. An amateur farmer, Rudolf had purchased some mystery avocado seeds. When the tree matured, he was surprised by the dark, bumpy fruit it produced.
And that really took off commercially because it has a thicker skin. So for shipping purposes, and it's an amazing tasting fruit.
The Fuerte and many other avocados stay green when mature, but the skin on a Haas turns black when ripe, hiding any bruises. It didn't take off right away among consumers in the U.S., so it took a few marketing campaigns for Americans to embrace this creamy variety of the fruit.
This 4th, put little green in your red, white, and blue.
Today, 80% of avocados grown worldwide are Haas.
Now here, this is one of the first Haas trees commercially ever planted. Got 2 Haas trees right here.
Until the 90s, the majority of avocados consumed in the country were grown in California and weren't available year-round. But all that changed in 1994.
President Clinton made NAFTA the law today, linking the United States to Canada and Mexico in one large trading bloc.
When NAFTA passed, avocados from Mexico became available everywhere, and folks could enjoy them anytime. Today even named avocado toast a top trend of the 2010s.
Avocado toast. I'm not sure how this happened, but there came a time in the past 10 years when people began to realize that their lives were not complete without it.
Thanks to clever campaigns, new diet trends, and an abundant supply, avocado consumption has boomed in the last 2 decades, growing into a multi-billion-dollar industry. Now, 90% of those avocados come from Mexico. However, this has led to major environmental impacts, like deforestation. Rancho Vasquez wants to combat the negative effects of monoculture farming. As an organic orchard, they follow strict guidelines to help protect the land. How have the trees and what you grow tried to lessen the impact on the environment?
We pick the weeds by hand or we weed eat because it's all organic.
Yeah.
So we don't ever spray any weed killer or anything like that. The deer come and eat all the lower leaves and skirt the trees for us. And they turn that into natural manure.
Now, when it comes to picking, avocados require a gentle touch.
So we still do it the same high-tech way they did it 100 years ago.
Wow.
And this is my grandfather's pole right here.
Really?
Yeah, this is one of the old school ones. So you can pick any of these you want.
Okay.
So yeah, you just slide it right up till the avocado goes in the basket, and then you pull on the rope. There you go, you're almost there.
Pretty different. You're doing pretty darn good, you know?
A little bit further, and then pull the rope.
There you go, you got it. Good job. Here's a catch.
Ta-da!
There you go.
My
That's
first
a nice
avocado.
one, too. It's going to take a week to a week and a half right now to ripen and let it get soft.
How about going and tasting some?
Yes, sir. We picked some about a week or so, so they'd be perfect for you.
All right, let's do it. Believe it or not, there are more than 400 varieties of avocados. Rancho Vasquez in Azusa, California sells 6: the Fuerte, Hass, Lamb Hass, Reed, Pinkerton, and Gem. Each has a different shape, taste, and growing season. I've never seen such a round avocado. The ranch's avocados are prized by chefs and customers for their high oil content. That comes from the area's climate, nutrient-rich mountain soil, and secret farming techniques that have been passed down for generations.
The higher the oil content, the better the tasting fruit is. And then the longer it'll stay green.
You can taste and see the difference with their organic Hass.
It just keeps it
Wow,
really
you can literally
fresh.
see the oil coming out of it.
Yeah, so if you want to try just a little chunk, we'll give you a little chunk.
Oh, that's great. Next up, the family favorite, Fuerte. Oh, really a different flavor.
Absolutely, absolutely.
It's almost like a saltiness and a creaminess in there. Aside from his wife's guac, Art's favorite way to eat avos is actually with honey.
It's called avocado dulce, which is avocado candy.
Oh my gosh. Oh, that's fantastic.
Isn't it great?
I would have never thought of that. Guys, this is just amazing. What does it mean for both of you to be owners of this legacy?
This is a legacy I do want to leave. My family, my grandkids, Damien, and this will be around for, I'm hoping and praying, for at least another 100 years, you know?
And what does it mean for you, Damien?
Oh, it's like he said, just a place where history can keep going. Because the trees were here before us, and they're gonna be here after us. So we're just kind of stewards of the land in the meantime.
Let's share a little of this guacamole.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Let the chips fall where they may, as long as they've got guacamole on them. Avila's El Ranchito is a Southern California staple that's been in business for more than half a century. They've got 13 locations and counting of this family-run chain, but no two restaurants are exactly the same. Every Avila's owner puts their own spin on the family's traditional Mexican recipes. But here at the Seal Beach Outpost, they claim to have the best guacamole. So I've come to learn their secrets. It's time to guac and roll. Hey there, wow, got a lot of folks here. The aunts, uncles, siblings, and cousins behind Avila's El Ranchito really treat their guests like family. This location is run by Elise Avila Smith, a third-generation restaurateur. She credits the family's success to her grandma Margarita's hospitality.
You know, she just focused on really what we focus on, good, fresh food.
Salvador and Margarita, or Mama Avila, immigrated from Mexico to the U.S. in 1958. How did they get into the restaurant business?
My father had an opportunity to buy a restaurant and talked to my mother and decided, you know, this is a great opportunity.
Salvador using his life savings to purchase the old restaurant property in Huntington Park. He turned to his 6 kids, including Elise's dad, Victor, for support.
We would go after school and help them do whatever needed to be done. And my father was pretty much during the day taking care of the whole restaurant, and my mother was in the kitchen. So she was the only one in the kitchen.
And Grandpa Polder was washing dishes.
Mama's traditional recipes have been passed down through many generations.
They've come from way, way back in Mexico.
When it first opened in 1966, Avila's was the only Mexican restaurant in the mostly white neighborhood. Many customers had no interest in Mama's traditional dishes, so she developed a strategy to draw people in.
It seemed like natural for my mother to offer the people whatever they wanted, so it's more like a home. If they didn't have it on the menu, then my mother would go in the kitchen and make it anyway.
Over the next 3 decades, the Avila siblings opened 6 new restaurants in Southern California. This expansion wasn't a coincidence. Americans at the same time were falling in love with Mexican food. In the early 80s, there were an estimated 2,500 Mexican restaurants in the U.S. Today, there are more than 60,000.
I was bussing tables here as a child.
Elise witnessed that growth as a kid, watching her dad expand the family business.
So I grew up doing homework in a booth. On top of that, I grew up with my grandparents living 1 street over from me. So I grew up cooking with her for years and years.
After college, Elise tried working in other fields, but she was always drawn back to the restaurants.
I'd be working by day, you know, I worked for a magazine. And then my brother opened his first restaurant and I ended up serving tables at night. So no matter what I did, I kept ending up back in this business and I loved it. I realized that this was my passion, it's in my blood.
How do you qualify to open up an Avila?
Well, it's a process, let me tell you.
Is it really?
I had to work every position in the restaurant. So I washed dishes, I worked in the kitchen for a few years. I've done it all.
After proving herself for a decade, Elise opened her own Avila's in 2015.
When I first opened my restaurant, I worked for several months from about 6 in the morning till midnight. And finally, I remember my dad and my brother came in for an intervention and said, "You need to go home."
You gotta sleep.
You gotta sleep. So I went home and they ran my restaurant for the night. And I knew with my dad and my brother here, there was nothing to worry about.
Every Avila's restaurant is unique, reflecting the family member who owns it and the location. They have different decor and specialty menu items. Elise puts her own spin on the brand by offering an extensive tequila cocktail menu.
Dad, I'm gonna make you a drink right now.
Make it strong. Salud, mija.
But there are several dishes you're going to find at every location. Avocados are crucial to many of the family recipes, including the signature guacamole and their beloved chicken soup. Tell me about Mama Avila's soup.
It's that soup that feels like home to me. But it is a chicken breast and rice soup. We make it from scratch every morning, including the broth. We put fresh avocado, cilantro, onion, and tomato in it.
And people go, and the first thing they do when they get off the plane is go to have some chicken soup.
You mentioned avocado goes into the soup. Tell me about the importance of avocado.
It's part of our culture. Bottom line is, nobody wants to eat Mexican food without avocado and some guacamole.
So I'm curious, first you, Victor, what's the secret to a good guacamole?
You have to make it, you know, almost really as on a daily basis, almost an hourly basis. It needs to be fresh. It needs to be well seasoned.
And a little bit of love.
I like to think I make a good guac, but I'm sure I can learn from the best. So how about showing me how you guys do guac? Before making some guac, I enjoyed a cucumber margarita and got a taste of Mama's famous soup. That's great. I would never think about avocado in chicken soup. Oh my God.
I can't take credit for that one, Al. That's all Grandma. All right, you ready to make some guacamole?
You bet.
All right, so the first thing we're gonna do, we're gonna dump some fresh garlic in here.
Okay.
This is a traditional molcajete. From there, you're gonna sprinkle a little bit of salt
Just
on
a
top.
little bit of
Just a little
salt.
bit of love. And then you're gonna use the chop to go ahead and grind it in there.
A molcajete, a Mexican mortar and pestle, is made from volcanic rock. And it's the family secret to great guac. The rough surfaces help crush the ingredients, releasing their natural oils better than chopping them up with a knife.
And we're gonna get in some fresh avocado. All right. And then you go ahead and mix that together. And I gotta be gentle with the avocado
soft.
with some
Be
love.
gentle, gentle. In go diced onions, lots of cilantro, and a good squeeze of lime juice.
Keep on mixing there, and you got yourself some good, fresh guacamole. I'm gonna dig in here with you too, Al.
Oh yeah,
You make good guacamole, Al.
I've learned from the best. Elise, to be part of something like this, what does it mean?
Honestly, I feel compelled to keep these beautiful recipes that are from, gosh, my great-great-grandparents running so that everyone that comes to our restaurant is able to taste them and to sit at our table and feel like family and just be a part of ours. Cheers.
How does a ceviche bar a little different from a sushi bar?
It's like a sushi bar, but more Mexican.
Uh-huh. This lively food court is home to several family-owned hidden gems. In fact, here you'll find Holbush, a modern eatery renowned for its sustainable seafood. The chef behind this vibrant menu pairs flavors from his childhood in Mexico with the freshest of California fare. Gilberto Cetina never thought he would dedicate his life to cooking, but his summers spent on the Yucatan Peninsula would later inspire a bold move.
Since I was a teenager, growing up in the coastal region, I would go diving with my cousins. We would dive down for octopus, we'd get lobsters, we'd get sea snails, and then he would take that back and cook it. And that was one of the first times that I felt a direct connection to food, because even back then, there was a disconnect, you know? Food came from the supermarket. And it was the first time I saw something that was like directly from the sea, and you can cook it and eat it right away. So that kind of blew my mind.
Gilberto immigrated to the U.S. when he was 5 years old. His father, Gilberto Sr., a former civil engineer, worked various restaurant jobs to support the family. How did your family transition from that kind of grassroots sort of food service to a real formal restaurant?
It really was through the help of the nonprofit that, you know, operates Mercado La Paloma.
This bustling market is run by Esperanza, or Hope, a nonprofit dedicated to revitalizing South Los Angeles and helping first-time business owners.
They gave us small business training, basic restaurant health department training. They co-signed loans so my dad could purchase the equipment. It was my dad's dream to have a restaurant that represented our Mexican food, the food of the Yucatan, which is very distinct from other regions of Mexico.
In 2001, Gilberto Sr. opened the family's first restaurant, Chichen Itza. The menu featuring traditional dishes like cochinita pibil, salbutes, and panuchos.
Lo empezamos la mamá de Gilberto y yo, o sea, mi esposa y yo. Al principio éramos 2 personas nada más.
They needed help, but Gilberto was reluctant to join the family business.
I didn't want to cook. I didn't want to be in the kitchen because I grew up in a household where we always, cooking was always used to make ends meet, like a lot of, immigrant families. So when we opened the restaurant and my dad asked me to come along and help him out for 6 months, I was front of the house. Slowly, I just discovered the cooking and that I enjoyed it and, started learning from my dad.
Even without formal training, Gilberto quickly learning the ropes, becoming a savvy businessman. 10 years in, Chichen Itza was thriving with dozens of employees. They even released a cookbook.
Con el paso de los años, finalmente empezó a sentir la misma pasión que yo tenía por el negocio.
After taking over at Chichen Itza, Gilberto was ready for a new challenge, one inspired by those summer boat trips in Mexico. Where does the name Holbox come from?
So Holbox is a place. It's an island off the coast of the Yucatan Peninsula.
He wanted to bring tropical, fresh from the sea vibes, along with an elevated experience, to diners in South Los Angeles. When Holbox opened in the same market, it changed many perceptions of what Mexican food could be.
We go outside of the realm of Yucatan and we do food from all different coastal regions of Mexico.
Gilberto's fusion dishes allow the freshest fish to shine. Menu staples include seasonal ceviches and an octopus taco. His innovative cooking has wowed locals and critics alike. How does it feel to be nominated for a James Beard Award for this?
After the shock, I think the first thing that I felt was extreme pride in my team. To a certain level, I guess it feels a little bit like validation because we're doing something slightly outside of the box.
You look across Mexican cuisine, and one of the commonalities is the avocado. Why does the avocado work so well across cuisines in Mexico, but especially your cuisine?
The pairing of avocado goes extremely well with raw seafood preparations like ceviches and cocteles, and they're very bright, light, and acidic. I think avocado is the perfect complement because it gives it a little bit, creamy richness.
That delicate balance is best represented in the shrimp and scallop aguachiles, and I couldn't wait to try making it.
So aguachile is super simple. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna make a marinade that's gonna cook or denature our scallops, right? So we're just gonna take some cilantro.
Next up, the chili. Serrano peppers bring the heat. Persian cucumbers cool it down. There's a pinch of salt, ice to prevent oxidation, and a squeeze of lime juice. Then the marinade blends for just about a minute.
Now, we're just gonna take a bowl. Go ahead and put a couple of spoonfuls of these beautiful Baja California bay scallops.
Oh, look at those.
Now we're gonna pour the marinade and hold on to the spoon for stirring. Perfect. That's about right. We want to let that marinate for at least 5 minutes.
Gilberto takes his aguachile to the next level with an avocado rose. After pitting and peeling, it was time to get slicing.
Your knife can be straight because your avocado is at an angle, and we're pull cutting. You're just gonna do this now. Look.
Okay. The key to a great rose? Super thin slices.
We're hiring,
Okay.
Now the next step, hands, right? We're gonna do this motion. We're gonna fan out the avocado, right? So, you see that?
Oh, wow.
There you go. Looking good there. I think that's good enough to roll. You're gonna start at the tip right here, and you just roll this one like that. You see how that's forming a really big flower?
Yes.
This is a pretty advanced skill, but I think it's one worth practicing.
Oh, yeah.
And it's a nice party trick, you know?
Sure. Impress your friends.
Yeah. So, which one should we use?
I think that one. Made by the professional. Time to plate it up.
That's looking beautiful. You're a lot neater doing this than I am. I'll take like a spoonful of them and just drop it on there and then arrange them on the plate.
Ah, pro tip. And of course, the finishing touches. Wow.
This is our scallop aguachile.
And I helped make it. Can something this pretty taste as good as it looks?
That looks like a good bite.
That's amazing.
Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it.
But yet so simple. Thank you, sir.
Al, it was a pleasure.
Fantastic. The Hass avocado may have started out as a lucky surprise, but for decades its popularity has been no accident. The Mexican-American culinary traditions passed down through the years have made this delicious and nutritious fruit a staple for so many of us across the country. And thanks to generations of enterprising families, this bumpy green fruit is going to have a very long shelf life. I love the city of Baltimore. I've been coming here for years, and if there's one thing I know, the city of Baltimore is serious about his crab.
I love Baltimore crabs.
This is the stomping ground of crabs.
And I've been eating crabs since the time I could sit up at a table.
It's a little spicy, salty, and savory all in one.
If I could describe the taste, you can't. You just have to try it. You just have to try it.
It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. When you think Maryland, you got to think blue crab, an essential part of the state's culture and cuisine. And no place knows how to cook it up quite like Baltimore. I mean, just as many ways as you can count, you can find ways to eat crab. Of course, there's your basic, your steamed crab with the beautiful spices, and you just start whacking that bad boy. You can get all that beautiful meat out. You can get canned crab if you'd like. Of course, there's also the fabulous crab mac and cheese with a hot dog. There's the crab dip, there's your crab soup, and of course, the king of crab, the crab cake. Yes, but this is a cake that needs no icing. Crab cakes have been enjoyed by many for centuries throughout the Chesapeake region. But here in Baltimore, they're a way of life. And one of the city's most popular go-tos is tucked away just inside the world-famous Lexington Market.
We're headed back to Houston today, and we wanted to have the best crab cake in town.
We're from Orlando, glad to be here.
People been coming to Fayetteville's for years.
Yes.
Ever since I was little, and I'm 25.
People from all around the world come here to Baltimore just to grab a bite of the famous Fayetteville's crab cake. It's made with fresh Maryland crab and family love. Everybody looks the same. How are you, my dear?
Hello.
Hello, hello.
So good to see you.
How are you, sir? You looking good?
You're looking great. Got something for you.
All right. There you go.
There you go. You need one of those.
Oh, yeah.
There you are.
Now I'm feeling really crabby. Pardon me, I've got to get a lawyer because there's a clause I have to have checked. I've known the folks at Fayetteville's Seafood for years, but they've been serving up fresh crab cakes even longer.
Hi, I'm Nancy Faidley Devine. I own Faidley Seafood,
been in my family now for, well, 4 generations, and the 5th is coming up, so we've been around a long time.
I think people are astonished to see my parents at 84 and 89 still working. You can get another 5 cans and do a second batch if you need to with them. People ask her for an autograph, they ask her for a picture, they ask her to hold their babies. You know, it's really fun.
I mean, here's this company that's been part of Baltimore for over 130 years.
Right.
What is it about your place that has people coming back?
Right. I think it's that people come in here and go right away. There's a warmth.
Uh-huh.
It's like walking to somebody's home that's they're happy to have you.
Uh-huh.
You know, come and you feel, oh my gosh, I feel at home. And I get people, we were here 20 years, it's exactly the same.
In fact, Faidley still stands in its original location, founded here by John W. Faidley Sr. in 1886. Started off as a seafood stall, but over the generations grew into a Baltimore tradition, led by Bill and Nancy Devine, along with their daughter.
Damie Hahn, and I am the 4th generation of Faidleys, so I do everything. Give them a little bit of a smorgasbord of everything. Going over here to fillet a fish, over here to shuck an oyster, over there to steam a crab, back here to fry, up here to make a crab cake, back down on the phone, running in the shipping department. A tray like that is about, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 bushels of crabs in order to get that tray. That's a lot of picking, and I don't think people realize how much work goes into getting an all jumbo lump.
Growing up, did you think you were going to end up here? You were going to be doing this?
No, but it was hard to get away from, and I couldn't see it going away. I couldn't see it ending with my parents. So
The pandemic hit.
Yes.
You really had to step up.
My father called me and I said, Dad, you guys cannot come in here. You know, we don't know anything about this virus and the effects, especially on the elderly. And I know you want to be here, but you can't. And he said, Damie, do whatever you do, whatever you can to make payroll. It just makes me cry when I think about it. He said, just make sure that we don't have to lay anybody off. I don't want to lay anybody off. I don't want anybody to lose their job. And we did it.
And I saw it back when I came here in the 90s, and I still see it today. This truly is a family.
Oh, it is a family. And it's funny because I often tell people, Mom and Dad don't treat the employees any differently than they treat me. And that's the God's honest truth.
Which could be a good or a bad.
That's the God's honest truth. And that's why you end up having so many multi-generation families staying here.
That's right. Faidley's isn't just a family-owned business. It's run by family as well. Multiple generations of employees, father and daughter, father and son, mom and daughter, all building a home here.
I've been here since a junior in high school, so I've been doing the thing for a while. I'm gonna say it's been around 33, 34 years.
And I started at the end of '79, a week before my son was born.
I started at 14 years old, and I'll be 42 years old in December.
It's always a challenge working with family. A lot of personalities, but you love each other and it always works, you know, it always works well.
What's really, really bad is when your kids are grandmothers.
Well, we were in the middle of an interview. Oh, you just broke in.
You have to start over?
Yes.
You were saying about the challenges of working with family?
It's just a few of them, you know? Just a few.
While the family spirit makes customers feel at home, it's Faidley's crab cakes that keep them coming back.
What kind of oil do you cook your crab cakes in?
Soybean.
Soybean, thank you.
So excited to have this crab cake. And I watch people for the first time put it in their mouth and they go, oh my God. And they're standing at a table in a market.
Yeah.
They're not sitting down to a white tablecloth and having somebody serve it on a silver platter. It's on a paper plate, but it belongs on a silver platter.
Nancy created her recipe in 1987, saying she's never changed it. So, besides yourself, how many other people know the Faidley's crab cake recipe?
and I
sleep
told
with her and she won't tell me.
He doesn't even know how to make a cup of coffee. Why would I tell him?
So some people use breadcrumbs. You use crushed up saltines.
Broken saltines, yes. And not fine, because you have to use more. Now, so, and then this is the magic sauce.
Is this the secret sauce?
Yes,
So it's just enough to mix the ingredients together,
Right.
nothing more.
that's right.
And the
Fine.
big ball of crab right there.
That's it.
Boom. Oh, look at this. Oh, boy. Oh. It was just like I remember eating it 26 years ago.
You know what? I'm told that all the time when people come in here. The best part about this is you haven't changed a thing.
Now this is a legacy. Well, we know how the crabs end up, but how do they get them? Let's go find out. Coming up, the generations of black watermen who've made a living pulling in Maryland's most famous catch. The Chesapeake Bay men and women who work these waters are probably just as famous as the legendary catch that they pull out. And in fact, it's backbreaking work that is passed on from generation to generation, including blackjacks. Those were the black watermen who worked these waters all the way back into the 1800s and are a vital part of this community. The Chesapeake Bay is home to a vast variety of seafood, but none as valuable or as well known as the blue crab. The catch here makes up over a third of the nation's supply, and on average, more than 50 million pounds of blue crabs are harvested from the bay.
I'm Captain Tyrone Meredith, charter boat captain, owner, and operator of the Island Queen II.
Captain Meredith knows these waters well. He grew up on them.
I'm the fourth generation waterman, and my great-grandfather, he worked on the water, my grandfather, and my father. We've been here ever since the 1860s, making a living, working on the Chesapeake Bay.
This has been the way of life for generations of watermen here in Kent Narrows, a town just 50 miles south of Baltimore. For hundreds of years, they've caught, processed, and sold blue crabs to markets up and down the eastern shore. By the mid to late 1800s, Kent Narrows had also become one of many unlikely havens on the bay for free and enslaved African Americans.
There was more black watermen anywhere on the whole East Coast, probably in the United States.
Those watermen, also known as blackjacks, forged their path to liberation on the water. Their expertise essential to the booming seafood industry. So much so, the government granted some black watermen Seamen's Protection Certificates, providing sailors with American citizenship and a path to economic freedom.
Hey, Lois, I'm coming up on you now. Okay, I got you. Yeah? Howdy biting today?
This morning it did pretty good. Well, being out here is your own boss. You do what you want to do and got nobody to tell you, go get me this or go get me that.
75-year-old Lewis Carter still finds that same sense of freedom on the water today. He's also one of the last generations of black watermen alive. Every morning, before the sun rises, he sets out to catch crabs in the bay.
I started in 1961, I was about 15, and I've been at it ever since. Right now, I'm going down the line, and when I get to the other end, I'll throw it off. Crabs will come up on that bait. The pressure from the water pushes them back in this dipper. Okay, these are the big, large males. You put them in one basket. That's a female with red claws. Put them in one basket.
He's one of the last Mohegans left. There's not too many people that still make a living from the water. Most of them moved away, got other jobs, and it's changing because it's harder to make a living from the bay.
Crabbing season runs from spring into late fall, but changes in climate, cost, and labor have made each successive year more challenging. As younger generations take up new trades, there are less people working the waters and ultimately fewer black watermen.
Back when I started, it was a plenty black watermen, but they died out and the younger ones never taken their place. In one way, it makes me feel bad, you know, and I don't think it'll be no chance no more black watermen. I really do believe that.
Captain Meredith estimates there are fewer than a dozen black watermen on the bay. Like many of his peers, he's had to turn to other work.
Back when I was crabbing teenager, I caught high as 50 bushel a day. Right now, crab is catching 2 or 3 bushel a day. Now I started running charters, fishing charters, because crabbing started declining and the fishing was more lucrative money-wise.
And educational. His charters are an opportunity to keep stories of the blackjacks alive for generations ahead. Although tradition on these waters is changing, one thing remains the same.
Nothing tastes like the Chesapeake Bay Maryland crab. It's got that certain taste to them, and it's the only place like that in the world is the Chesapeake Bay blue crab.
Next, an up-and-coming Baltimore chef inspired by his family's love of cooking. in Baltimore, a new generation is putting a spin on the crab cake.
So I'm Alex Perez. I'm the owner of Poppy Cuisine. I'm an artist at heart, so cooking, the arts of culinary, that's something that I'm very passionate about. Not necessarily having a recipe to go off of and just getting in the kitchen, freestyling and coming up with a masterpiece.
It's that freestyling approach that brings people through these doors, clamoring for a taste.
Jumbo crab lobster. Crab is king in Baltimore, so you're going to see crab cakes, crab cake fries, crab cake egg rolls. Everyone's been going crazy over it as well.
This is the bomb. So I just come back for that, and I enjoy it every time I come here.
We actually live in D.C., so we rode all the way up here an hour just to come here.
Right now I'm drizzling our Warhead and our aioli sauces on it. I have family from the Dominican Republic. I'm Afro-Latino. I'm black on my mother's side. And pretty much I just always had a love for food and cooking food, eating food. So learning how to cook from my dad. So my dad taught me how to cook at the age of 10. I grew up, watching my grandmother cook a lot as well. So I started pretty much combining the foods that I learned to cook from my grandmother with the foods I learned how to cook from my father. And that's kind of like how the whole Poppy Cuisine, was born in her kitchen, essentially.
That was 8 years ago. While working a full-time job, Alex began building a new business on the side, catering food out of his grandma's kitchen. In February 2020, he was finally able to open a restaurant. Then, the pandemic hit.
Of course, a month later, we get the news that we have to shut down and only do takeout. So that just opened up the floodgates, essentially. And you had people standing in line, hundreds of people on the block in that mass, cars double parked up and down the streets. And it was mayhem.
During a global crisis, the city Alex was born and raised in rallied around him. Now, Poppy Cuisine is packed with locals and tourists alike. But the chef stays true to his roots, running it with close family and friends.
My little sister, Natasha.
Hi.
How's it going?
Natasha, my big bro, Alex.
I can employ family members, friends, and so forth, that people who I grew up with, people that I'm close to, and it's very rewarding,
Coming up, I'm going to grab my apron and join Alex and Grandma Gloria for a lesson in cooking crab.
Hey, how's it going? Nice to meet you.
I wanted to meet Alex and his Grandma Gloria, the inspiration behind his cooking. So I dropped by their kitchen to say hello.
And what I know, I picked up from my grandmother, my mother-in-law, and just put my own spin on certain dishes. I didn't follow it to the recipe to the letter.
So you're able to ad-lib a little bit.
Yeah, but he's always asked me when I fix a dish, well, what did you put in this? How did you do this? And I would tell him, I said, you don't have to follow to the letter, put your own spin.
And Alex has done just that, turning the classic crab cake into an egg roll. Genius! The ingredients, simple. A pound of jumbo lump crab, panko breadcrumbs, aged cheddar cheese, egg roll wrappers, and a couple of sauces and microgreens to top it off. There's the star of the show, the crab meat. Put on an apron. I've got rubber gloves on. All right, patient's ready. So how do we get started, Alex?
Yeah, so first what you want to do is say we have some Maryland jumbo lump crab here. So for the most part, it shouldn't have much shells in, but typically I like to sift through it. Just gotta see if there's any shells, and if so, you can put the shells right back in this container.
There you go. So Gloria, did you know you were helping raise a culinary genius?
Well, no, but I know he liked to eat.
This sauce in particular is our crab sauce mix. So we're gonna drizzle a little bit at a time, because I don't wanna put too much, just enough to bind.
You got enough for Al?
Yep, I think I'll have enough.
She stayed on me. I like this. I like this lady.
This is why I'm so particular about, when I'm doing things in the kitchen. Gonna start actually rolling these things up. Yes.
Why do you think this recipe is so popular at the restaurant, the most popular?
Well, I think because it pretty much gives you the ability to take a Baltimore favorite and make it handheld and on the go. It's throw in your hand
Kind of a street
eat.
food.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yes. So I think that's one of the biggest reasons it's very popular, other than the taste as well.
Right. Well, there's
Yeah, because that's
you can take it with you, but if it doesn't taste good,
exactly.
nobody's gonna come back for it.
Yeah. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna take like a pinch of crab, so around like a quarter cup or so. We're gonna sit in the middle.
That too much?
Yeah, we want to take a little bit out, a little pinch out. Actually, we want to put a little bit more in. Yeah.
Which is it?
All right, so that's perfect right there. That's perfect, perfect. And we're gonna literally fold them up envelope style.
What is it about cooking and family that is so important?
Yeah, I think for me, living a busy life as a business owner and a dad, a husband, and things like that, I feel like food is an opportunity for family to come together, talk about things, especially if you haven't seen each other in a long time. And it's, it's a way for us to connect. So, here you go.
Laura, is it true you've never done this before?
No, I haven't. It's true.
Oh. Could have fooled me that you never did this before. Look at that. Bam! Done!
Faster than I did.
Wow! Wow! It's a natural grandma thing. Love it. So now we're going to get the deep fryer up here and fry these bad boys up.
Oh, absolutely.
Woo! If you had to describe the heart of your cuisine, what is it, and how does Baltimore kind of is part of it?
Pretty much my story, and I think that connects very well to our Baltimore, because, I grew up here, all my life, and I think everything that I faced during the time that, I started this company up until now, I've been transparent about, and it resonated very well with the people in Baltimore, and they watched my journey through the years, and I feel like that's really the heart of what I do.
Make sure
it's having crisp around the edges and then things like that. So that's why I keep turning them, so it doesn't fry on one particular side too much. And just want to even fry.
Ooh.
Nice and golden.
So you want to cut these diagonally. So I'm going to drizzle. This is our aioli sauce, house made, and this is our warhead sauce right here. So the sauce is kind of sweet, has a tangy bite to it.
Kind of like Gloria.
Yep, that's right.
Well, I guess there's only one thing left to do.
Yeah, and that's
Try
the
the
piece.
Yes, yes. Crab cake egg roll.
Here we go.
Wow. Chef Al, you have done Baltimore proud.
Thank you.
Our time here in Baltimore is coming to an end. We tried the traditional crab cake, tasted a modern spin with crab cake egg rolls, and even went straight to the source on the Chesapeake Bay. At the center of it all, one thing still ringing true: food tastes better when you eat it with family. New York City is home to so many iconic foods, but when the city that never sleeps wakes up for breakfast, they want a bagel with a cream cheese schmear piled high with lox.
There's no other city that makes a bagel like a New York City bagel.
I have not had good bagels in any other city.
I came out the womb eating bagels.
It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. If New York's known for anything, it's its bagels. And we got them all. Everything bagels, rainbow bagels, pumpkin bagels, croissant bagels, and of course you can't have them without a schmear. While the bagel first came from Poland, many food historians say its pairing with salmon and cream cheese originated right here in the Big Apple. In this town, few specialty food shops are as beloved and as historic as Russ and Daughters.
I've been waiting in line probably 15-20 minutes, but it's definitely worth it.
I like the contrast of the flavor. It's like a nice little bagel with salty lox.
Something about the salmon and cream cheese together, like I try to make it at home, but it's nothing compared to Russ and Daughters.
They've been serving premium smoked fish to hungry New Yorkers and folks from around the world for over 100 years. Just a few blocks from the store is the Russ and Daughters Cafe.
Hi, Al.
Hey, how are you?
Welcome to the Russ and Daughters Cafe.
Nice to see you.
great to
guys.
have you here.
Thanks for having us. This is beautiful.
Thank you.
Nikki Russ Fetterman and Josh Russ Tupper are the grandchildren of the original Daughters. These cousins are fourth-generation owners, carrying on their family's culinary legacy.
So this is Russ and Daughters. This is our great-grandfather, Joel Russ, who started the business, his wife, Bella, and his 3 daughters. Josh and I have the same grandmother, Anne. She was the youngest of the 3.
Was it unusual at that time for you, because you usually would see so-and-so and sons, but to see Russ and Daughters?
Very unusual.
But, I mean, honestly, if he had had sons, it probably would have been Russ and Sons.
Well, thank goodness he did.
We like to think of him as a feminist, but he was a good businessman.
Joel Russ immigrated from Poland in 1907.
And he started just standing on the streets of the Lower East Side selling schmaltz herring out of a barrel. And a family could feed itself for 2 nights with 1 fish.
In 1914, he opened his first brick and mortar shop, J. Russ National Appetizing. Joel and his wife had 3 daughters, Hattie, Ida, and Ann. When they turned 11, each daughter began working with their dad. What was their relationship like with him? Because he's your dad, but he's also
your boss.
Your boss.
Yeah. And I think he cared more about being the boss and the shopkeeper. He was a new immigrant to this country who was just trying to survive and make a place for his family. And that was his focus. And he saw his children as cheap labor.
The sisters grew up learning all aspects of the business. In 1935, Hattie, Ida, and Ann became Joel's partners. The shop was renamed Russ and Daughters, making it the first in America to bear "and Daughters" in its title. When your great-grandfather decided to start Russ and Daughters, why the Lower East Side?
After Ellis Island, this was the starting off point for the majority of poor Jewish immigrants. This is where they landed and they got their start. And so he was just feeding basic food to other poor immigrants like himself.
At the turn of the century, this neighborhood was one of the most densely populated places on the planet. Many immigrants from all around the world lived in overcrowded tenement buildings, the conditions having a profound impact on their diets.
One of the things about Lower East Side Jewish food is that a lot of food wasn't made at home.
when you don't have running water or when you don't have electric or gas stoves, it's really hard to do very much cooking. And so for women who are responsible for feeding their families, they had to get food from push carts, from restaurants, from bakeries.
Joel Russ was one of many vendors catering to this new population.
I've always been curious, how did it come about, or from what you've heard, that somebody thought, hey, you know, here's this round bread, we'll put some fish on it, but oh, by the way, before we do, let's put some cream cheese, some dairy on it.
Yeah. First of all, Russ and Daughters is the torchbearer of what's called appetizing. And this is a food tradition born here in New York, and it's the sister food tradition to delicatessen, both of which come up through the Jewish kosher dietary rules. You have to separate fish and dairy from meat. So a delicatessen, strictly speaking, is for meat. The appetizing store is where you go for fish and dairy, things like herring, smoked fish. When we say bagel and lox, most people are, we're referring to a smoked salmon, but the original bagel and lox was not with smoked salmon.
Technically, lox, or belly lox, is salmon cured in salt, which preserves fish without refrigeration. There's no smoking involved, and it's incredibly salty, so it pairs perfectly with tangy cream cheese. But who was the first person to put lox on a bagel?
So no one really knows how bagels, lox, and cream cheese all came together. We know that bagels come from Eastern Europe. We know that lox kind of comes basically from Nova Scotia, kind of. We know that cream cheese is an American food. But what we know is that these things come together as part of a compromise between different generations of American Jews.
Jewish law prohibits cooking with most heat sources on the Sabbath, so the combo of bagels and lox created a filling meal for observant Jews to enjoy on the day of rest.
It's good for a family, but you or your daughter-in-law didn't have to be spending the previous day cooking.
As one of the country's oldest appetizing stores, Russ and Daughters has been serving kosher meals for generations, and the weekends are still their busiest days.
I can't think really of anything that's more New York than lox and bagels.
I agree. I think that this is a food that came up through the Eastern European Jewish immigrants to New York. But now it's transformed and just become New York food. It belongs to all New Yorkers.
In the United States, women own less than 20% of all businesses. At the iconic Russ and Daughters, co-owner Nikki Russ Fetterman is building on the legacy of her grandmother and great aunts.
Growing up, you followed in the footsteps of strong women who may not have chosen this, but took it on and obviously made it really successful. What is it like for you following in those footsteps?
It's a tremendous feeling to be now the and great-granddaughter. Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg was a good customer of ours. Her family came from the Lower East Side, and she once said that before she knew the word feminist, when she looked up at the sign, Russ and Daughter, she understood that women could have an impact.
Your family's business, Russ and Daughters, has survived 2 world wars, a depression. You're here in the shadow of the World Trade Center.
Yes.
Why has this place been able to not just survive, but thrive?
I think because in each generation there has been someone who wanted to do this. This is food that people turn to for comfort in hard times. And during the pandemic, we saw that, people were shipping Russ and Daughters all over the country to their loved ones because they couldn't be together. And so sending, bagels and lox and babka, say, I love you, I miss you, here, let me feed you.
Having a schmear over Zoom.
Oh, there was a lot of that.
Okay, so you can get smoked fish pretty much everywhere these days, but not quite like this. The salmon sold at Russ & Daughters is prized for its high fat content, from the milder Gaspé Nova to the smokier Scottish. And this gourmet fish is all sliced by hand.
When you hold it up, it's almost
Look at
translucent.
that. Yeah, I think we should show you how we get it that thin.
Yeah, me and a sharp utensil, what could possibly go wrong?
It takes up to 6 months of training to master the slicing technique here.
So Al, I hear you have some knife skills.
Well, I've been in a fight or two, but it's probably nothing like yours. So how long have you been slicing salmon?
I've been at the store for 20 years.
Wow.
So I've been slicing for a while.
All right. So I watch people slice, and I'm amazed at how patient, because it seems like that's part of the skill.
The reality is, when you know how to slice, it is one of the most relaxing things you can do.
Very zen.
Very zen.
Ooh.
Meditative, right? The trick is, don't look anywhere on the fish. You have to really feel the fish.
Be the fish.
Be the fish, which is a very difficult concept to train someone.
Understood.
And particularly the first couple slices are, don't be upset if they don't look great. The idea is to make a consistently thick slice. You making faces at me, Al?
No, I'm just watching you not watch the fish. All right.
Okay.
Here we go. Be the fish. Not looking.
You should look.
I should
look. You got
look.
a sharp knife in your hand, Al. And you can see that as you change the angle of the knife, it changes the thickness.
Yeah.
Right?
So now that's
drastically, more than you think.
That's more than, oh my gosh, that's a very thick
We call
slice.
those chuletas.
Chuletas?
Yeah. Chops.
Ah.
In Spanish.
I was going to say, that didn't sound Yiddish.
Not
That did
Yiddish.
not sound
Not
Yiddish to
Yiddish.
me.
Yeah.
Does the way you cut it affect the taste of it or the texture of it?
The texture, which affects the experience of the salmon.
It's almost like you're eating the essence of salmon, not salmon.
It's very delicate. It's a very appealing texture and mouthfeel. Yeah, the thinner.
Josh, thanks so much. Nice meeting you.
Such a pleasure to have you.
Smoke them if you got them. Up next, how fresh salmon gets turned into lox.
I'm here at the Acme Smoked Fish Factory. Now, there is something fishy going on in there, and you better believe I'm going to find out what it is. The folks at Acme process, smoke, and pack nearly 8 million pounds of fish every year. They sell to eateries all over the country, including Russ and Daughters. It smells of smoke and it smells of fish.
That's the way it's supposed to be. It smells like New York City.
Yes.
All right, so as you know, in any food plant, food safety is of paramount importance.
Right.
I see you got your boots on
I
here.
just happen to be wearing these.
Awesome. I'll walk you through the process of how salmon turns into smoked salmon.
Adam Kaslow is the 4th generation owner of Acme Smoked Fish. His great-grandfather, Harry Brownstein, started selling fish after immigrating from Russia to Brooklyn.
Harry started in the smoked fish business in the early 1900s, in 1906 to be exact.
Out of a push cart?
Out of a horse-drawn wagon. Wow. He would go around buying fish from different smokehouses throughout Brooklyn and Queens and had himself the sales route. You know, he worked close to 45 years. I mean, his dream was to open up his own smokehouse, and it took him 45 years to finally achieve that.
Wow. Adam now runs a massive smoked fish empire, supplying many of New York City's popular bagel shops, from H&H to Essa Bagel. Acme also selling to national grocers like Trader Joe's.
At the end of the day, it's all about the fish. We bring in fish from all over the world. Smoked salmon is probably the most popular thing that we make, and our salmon come from different places: Norway, Scotland, Chile, and Alaska.
It can take up to 5 days to make smoked salmon. Every order is made to the buyer's tastes, from the type of salmon to the curing method. The first step, cutting a whole fish into fillets. Whoa!
Yeah, so this is a 12-kilo whole salmon that I caught over here in Long Island Sound. No, I'm just kidding. This is an Atlantic salmon. It's farm raised. We use Atlantic salmon because it has the most fat, and fat equals flavor when making smoked salmon.
Right. So what are you cutting out the backbone there?
Yeah, this is the bone.
Carving into a fish this size requires expert hands. After the fish is filleted, it's preserved with salt. The fish is then treated with a wet brine or a dry cure.
Okay, so let's dry cure some salmon.
Good.
First thing, we're gonna get it onto the raft.
Okay.
So, see if you can pick up this salmon, grab it by the tail.
Okay.
Grab with your other hand.
Underneath.
And we're gonna lay it onto the screen.
Okay.
Perfect. Great. Step 2, we're gonna grab a handful of salt.
So it's just a thin layer.
Yep. Right along the top of the dorsal. Like kind of down the center line, I suppose. And we'll give it a nice love tap.
That's it?
That's it. This fish is rather large. So traditionally we would probably wet brine this fish, but for smaller fish, the dry cure lasts about 24 hours.
Okay. That's a huge fish.
Right.
After curing, the fillets are cold smoked for up to 20 hours. This process imparts a subtle, smoky flavor.
Let me show you how the smoker works. So, these are a collection of that wood chip blend that we were talking about earlier.
There are different ways to smoke fish fillets. Hot smoking results in flaky, opaque fillets. Unlike traditional lox, smoked salmon is cold smoked below 85 degrees. This helps the fish retain its silky texture and makes it perfect for slicing.
Ready to help me get this bad boy into the oven?
You bet.
All right. All right.
Hey now.
Let's close her up.
Woo! Shut her down. After the smoker, the fish is cooled, then packed for shipping.
What would your great-grandfather say if he could see all of it? I think he'd be amazed of how difficult it was for him to achieve his dream. Right. Now his descendants have been able to build upon that dream and build us into one of the preeminent smokers in the U.S.
Up next, a vegan deli taking on tradition with plant-based lox and cashew cream cheese? Oh, you don't want to miss this. Back on the Lower East Side, two sisters, inspired by their Jewish heritage, are on a mission to make the food they loved growing up in a more sustainable way. Ladies, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet
Boom,
you.
want to show me around?
Please, come
Please,
on in.
lead away. Erica and Sarah Kabursky are the co-owners of Orchard Grocer, an entirely vegan market inspired by classic delicatessens.
This is our healthy cashew cream cheese.
They want to make the vegan lifestyle easier for all. Right after college, they opened their first business, a shoe store called Moo Shoes.
We opened our vegan shoe store 20 years ago.
How are they? They're comfortable?
About 5 years ago, we decided that we were going to update it by adding our vegan grocer, basically because it seemed like that's what our customers want. After asking us what our shoes were made of, probably where should I go eat was the second most common question. So we decided to create an experience where they could just go eat next door.
Growing up in Queens, the sisters' Jewish culture and food were closely linked. They had 10 Jewish delis in their neighborhood alone.
Probably every Sunday, it's a tradition in our family, dozen bagels at the bagel store. A dozen always meant 15. I don't know why that was, but with the cream cheese and lox, and that was just how we spent our Sundays.
Both sisters became vegan as teenagers, but felt they lost a piece of their roots by giving up certain foods.
I think our parents were supportive of our changes to the vegan lifestyle. We grew up in a very culturally Jewish household, so all of our traditions were just based around food.
Today, a lot of folks are going vegan for a variety of reasons, from reported health benefits to concerns over animal welfare. For the sisters, it's also a matter of global importance.
We're watching climate change happen right now, and I think that's causing a lot of people to think twice about what they're eating and how they are contributing. So it makes sense to us that it is becoming so mainstream.
In 2017, Sarah and Erica saw not just an opportunity to satisfy a growing market, but to pay homage to their Jewish roots.
We wanted to have a good sandwich selection that really epitomizes like New York deli food. So obviously a bagel and lox was going to be there.
Orchard Grocer sells a variety of vegan sandwiches, including Reubens and tuna melts. But the sisters are most passionate about serving up a sense of nostalgia.
People are so worried about giving things up. So I think just creating those alternatives and just something that people are familiar with and gives them that feeling of home.
Yeah, like we haven't had to give up our Sunday tradition of bagels and lox.
To help make their unique deli a reality, the sisters hired vegan chef Nora Vargas. Nora shares a passion for plant-based foods. She also knows how to turn carrots into salty lox. How did you come up? I mean, you have to think, okay, what can mimic a smoked salmon?
Yeah.
And so how did you, was it look like you thought, well, the only orange vegetable out there
Exactly.
other than a sweet potato is carrot.
We know the texture that we need to go for. We know the flavor that we want to go for. So we started with the color and then we just kind of built it from there.
Okay, so let's get started. I'm
Let's do
really
it.
fascinated.
Okay, all right, I'm excited. So we have prepared, what do we have? Maybe 10 pounds of carrots here
Wow.
for you.
These are huge. These would have been huge carrots.
Seriously, yeah, like
Wow.
the size of my forearm.
But you have sliced them very thin on a mandolin?
Yes, yeah,
Okay.
exactly. All right, so we're all gloved up and we are going to, the next step in this process is to apply our rub
Okay.
to our carrots. So in here we have a mixture of sugar, salt, and the rest I can't tell you about.
Oh, it's a secret kind of
Exactly,
thing.
yeah.
So this would be kind of like the brine that you would use, the dry brine that you would use
Yes.
on fish.
Exactly.
Except
yeah.
it's going on vegetables.
Yeah, we got our inspiration for a lot of different components of this recipe from the way that you would actually prepare fish if we were preparing fish and not carrots.
Right.
Coat everything.
Interesting.
Oh no, don't smell it. Don't figure out the secret just by
I'm-
smelling it. Okay, now.
Because if I figure it out, she's going to have to kill me.
So I'm just gonna start rubbing, just smushing everything in there. Once we get everything coated, we would let this sit for 3 to 6 hours, probably. Okay, great. So I think we nailed it.
Okay.
In here,
Another secret ingredient?
definitely.
Jeez,
Yeah, but I can
a
tell
lot
you.
of secrets here at Orchard.
I'll tell you a little bit.
Okay.
Okay. So it's a combination of olive oil and aquafaba.
Aquafaba.
Yeah. Are you familiar with that ingredient?
I don't know.
You know when you're opening up a can of beans
Right.
and you got to drain them?
Yes.
The stuff that you drain out, that's aquafaba.
Aquafaba.
It's bean water.
It's bean juice.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna pour,
Okay.
and then you can kind of do the same process
Okay,
that we
same
did before.
process.
Just squish it all in there, okay? Yeah, perfect. After we had let our carrots sit for 3 to 6 hours, we tossed them in the oven.
So they bake.
We like to call it cold smoking, just to sound like classy.
Like the process of making smoked salmon.
Exactly, yeah.
That does look very much like smoked salmon. And what would a bagel and lox be without the cream cheese? This vegan spread is made with raw cashews, salt, some secret spices, and coconut oil, all blended together with soft tofu.
Should we make a bagel?
Sure, let's do it. Chive talking. Cheers. This is a really terrific idea.
Thank you.
Thank you for opening my eyes.
Oh, thank you so much.
I appreciate it. That
Yeah.
was fantastic. Okay, a great way to finish things up. I mean, we've seen the history, we've gone to the past, we were in the present, and you have brought us the lox and bagels of the future! A bagel with cream cheese and smoked salmon is a uniquely American combination. Born from Jewish roots, transformed by local ingredients, and carried on by new generations, this breakfast tradition has truly stood the test of time when it comes to food in New York City. In the 1950s, 60s, and 70s, Black-owned restaurants weren't just places to get a meal, several becoming crucial meeting spots for activists at the forefront of the civil rights movement. And the families still operating these restaurants today are committed to honoring their historic legacy.